Connie. Even if you're not ready, we got everybody. Let's go.
And it shows recording. It is 1:06 and we are back from our recess. We will continue with our budget presentations. And County Attorney is already at the microphone, and you are up. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. It's a great opportunity to be able to advocate for this office. And thank you, Commissioners, for taking this core function of setting salaries in the county very, very seriously, because that is squarely one of the very most important functions of this court. I do not envy that position because I know it is very difficult. First off, I have to say I have never been part of a group of people who are as motivated to do their job. In this office, from before I got there, they do more with less. When we got in 1/1/21, we cut our budget because that was the right thing to do. We took the Westlaw account, which we were getting books needlessly when we can do things electronically. So from the beginning, we cut. And so then when the request was made reasonably to cut again, we cut again, even though we had taken the initiative January 1/21 to do that prior. But what this office does, and what I want to remind the court, I know you all are very, very familiar with what we do with regard to the court, but can you move to the next slide, Connie? Now, this is a little bit small, but what I want to do is lay the groundwork and remind the court that the criteria for evaluating a salary is already provided in the personnel manual. There are 3.19 salary factors, compensable factors, are laid out for the court to consider. And this I will refer back to during the presentation. So can you advance to the next slide, please? What I want the court to remember is that aside from court functions here, we help and assist. Let me see, it's on the next, you'll see this list, but let me break this down a little further. 28 elected officials. Some elected officials I will never see, and some I have a very close relationship with. And some of them you saw this morning, and it is one of the greatest honors of my life, not only to work with these people, but then to work with our sheriff and to work with our constables. And the work they do is very, very important. It is life-saving. But when they write those tickets, when they make those arrests, when they respond to a domestic violence call, they come to us. Okay? We're the ones who go to court for the protective orders. We're the ones who go to County Court 5 and deal and help with children. We're the ones who answer the call in the middle of the night when a decision has to be made about whether a child will be removed from their home. And so while contract law is intense and arguing over money is much more ugly than arguing over personal freedom in my experience, I want to remind the court that the emotional toll on this group of people who come here day in, day out and give their very, very all is real. Just because it doesn't come into this room, I need to remind the court that it's real. When a baby dies in CPS custody, we're the ones calling the attorneys, we're the ones calling the medical examiner. Was this something? What happened here? When a child in CPS care is missing because of a snafu with CCPD, we're the ones who are there. And I want to remind the court of that quasi-law enforcement function where we help support law enforcement. Nicole, she's the one standing outside of her office when there's the 10th protective order interview in a row, and she's talking to a child who's been sexually molested. And we have to cry there together for just a minute, privately. carefully away from the victim. Okay, so I don't want it to get lost on anybody that what we do is also sometimes a life-saving adventure here. Monique deals with angry people at the front desk, happy people, hurt people, wounded people who will lash out at her. They'll lash out at Nicole. Holt takes him to court, goes up. If there is a scintilla of a reason to take a protective order to court, we're going to take it. We're going to take it and let the judge make the call, because when you see those stories up on the news about a domestic violence shooting or a woman who's been found burned to death in a trash can, what this office of people do without being instructed, they do it because they care, is late at night, they're all texting each other, okay, is this our case? Has this woman been to our office? What can we do? Do we need to, or was this man somebody who came to our office? So I cannot stress to you enough how proud I am to be a part of this group of people. And so I'm very honored to be able to tell you about their work. So with the elected officials, then you have department heads. Now, for quite a while, we were performing the HR function in the county to a large degree. Right now, we're not doing that. But in representing, 19 different department heads. So when the groups come here talking about they need X, Y, and Z to perform their functions, what they probably aren't also going to tell you is they need us to perform their functions. And so this is a very, very important group of people. We support the jail whenever there's a death in the jail or an assault in the jail. We have litigation here in the office, even though, and it's a very good thing that we have that insurance policy where a lot of the tort claims go outside, and that's great because our liability is capped. And so we don't want to lose that. Even though a lot of the work goes out, we still manage to an extent that litigation. So even though it's outside, we're still very, very involved with that. Of course, each commissioner has their needs here and there. You see us all the time on Open Meetings Act. So I just want to remind you that there are a lot of different functions that you don't normally see. And so the request that we submitted was submitted on old information. And so what I would like to do is
Thank you.
when we submitted our original request, that was without the information that we had requested from the district attorney's office. We are very, very thrilled that we have been able to get the information so that, you talk this morning with the constables and with the sheriff about parity, and, they're different types of law enforcement officers. That doesn't mean their job one is harder or, less worthy than the other. And so in that vein, I want to reiterate where the sheriff was here advocating on behalf of Public Works to say, we need to work together. I need Public Works to have these resources. I'm here to say, when the DA comes to you with his requests, they're great. They're beautiful. As much as the court can do to help the DA do his job well, I'm very on board and happy to see that happen. As a longtime prosecutor myself, I can tell you my own stories. We were our own everything. This group is their own everything. What's nice over at one office is you have all these victims coordinators and this and that. Well, you're looking at those people here okay? Here's a victim coordinator, there's a victim coordinator, but they're also the reception and scheduling and hand-holding and counseling. So more with less, that's what we're doing. So, so the pieces of paper that I've handed out now, there are 2 different sets. All right, so once I was able to see the numbers that the DA's office, and I'm so proud and happy and thankful to them for championing these moves. Once we were able to compare, this was me at 9 o'clock last night trying to put together a kind of, hey, if we matched, match what they're asking for, and the court chose to help the DAs out as much as they are needing it. The high one there is what I believe, without statistical analysis and graphing, would keep us in parity. And then the other one is kind of a pullback, saying, well, I'm not sure, maybe the DA's just asking for the moon because that's natural and a good bargaining technique. So I pulled back on the second one to what I think is a more modest request. What we've done is we've included all of the attorneys except for one. It does not include my own request for my own salary, which I will make to you today. But it brings our staff in line with those same requests, and it brings our attorneys more in line with the same requests that they're making. I've gone through the job descriptions provided with the request, and I can update mine. I don't know that there's much of a point to that, because this is not a change within the structure of adding fake duties to people that already do the duties to justify in our system. I think this is a bringing up to more of a market value position. And so if you go to the next slide, please. What I want to, this goes back in line. We've had CPS trials. When you see that number of trials, that's between 2 attorneys, okay? That's not between 30 attorneys. That's 2 attorneys who get ready for many more trials than this. And just as most of the attorneys in the courthouse, most of them settle, and then a handful of them go. So that number doesn't represent anywhere near the number of trials they get ready for. Alex is not here. With mental health commitments, that's one between Alex, and then Holt helps also with these. So can you go to the next slide, please? Remember, out of our office, we have 11 spots. We are missing 1. We have only just now had 2 applicants. 1 is internal. So the salary that we had a great person looking at us from Austin. He was going to be a fantastic fit, but coming here would have hurt his financial situation such that, yeah, he just decided not to do that. If you look at the number of years of experience in our office, we just celebrated 22 years for Kent Brown last week, as much as he hated it. And Mary Esther, many years. I don't know the number. How many years? 18, 19 years. So, yes, there are positions in our office that do have turnover, and those are more like the ones where, like Marcia, if y'all will recall Marcia, brilliant attorney, went to Doug Chavez's firm. And God bless her, congratulations. I'm thankful she has that opportunity. But our guys don't go out and go work at Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, or, well, actually, where is she? There you are. Some of them do, and then some of them go to Doug Chavez's firm. We have good people. We produce good people, skilled people, and that's what you have here, and that's what I want you to understand. Yeah, 90% of us licensed over 10 years. That's crazy. How long have you been licensed?
It'll be my third year in October.
Awesome. Okay, next slide, please. Now, what we have here is a attempt at apples to apples with salaries, no supplements, because, you know, I have a state supplement, our 1325, that I disperse. I take a portion and then I disperse the rest to make up for lower than market salaries to try to keep people here. We have a comparison there with the DAs, which I believe is also without supplements. So it should be no supplements there so that you can see those. Now, that is old numbers. That's not the new request. Okay, so when you see that orange line going across there, that's current numbers. Next slide, please. And this, if you really want to know how salaries compare, well, you go out and you pay for a study. The problem with that is once you pay for the study and it's public record, you keep getting the study shown back to you. So this is your Korn Ferry study where we're kind of plotted on that map. These are, the problem with Korn Ferry now is that's pre-COVID numbers. So we are doing well, we're at P25, based on pre-COVID numbers. So we are now catching up to the bottom 25th percentile of pre-COVID numbers. So I realize that includes private employment. However, while it's not something that you have to look at, it's something to be aware of because, yes, they do go out to Doug Chavez's firm after we spend all that time working with them. Next slide, please. And this is just a blow up of what you've been given, and it doesn't show up really well there, but there is one entry on there I want to make sure that you know where it says the first attorney down, attorney 5, assistant chief administrator to 37 to 40 chief administrative services. That's hospital district money. So that's not a cost to the county, and the hospital district is agreeing to that raise. So that one is not coming out of this county's budget. And then the only new position that we're asking for is that one on the second line, legal secretary. We really need it.
Hey, Jenny, can I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
Looking, and I've always kind of wondered this, the hospital district deal, is it statutory? I mean, why don't they just have their own attorney? Why does it?
Yeah, we are they are one of our clients listed statutorily. And Mary Esther performs for them a myriad of functions,
Right.
But then for whenever they want it, they do also have their outside counsel.
Okay, so they like statutorily you have to provide, or excuse me, and I know they reimburse, so it's kind of a wash, but and I know Mary Esther does a great job, but I know there's also been a time or two where, you know, we're not adverse, but we're kind of a little uncomfortable, and I know there's a Chinese wall and blah, blah, blah.
I believe I think they're entitled to my services. Is I don't have the statute in front of me, but I think they're entitled to it.
Right, and I guess they could just do their own thing and
They could.
pay their own, and I don't want Mary Esther to go over there or anything, but I'm just saying, I just have always wondered, because I'm not adverse, but it is a little odd, you know, when you represent a taxing entity that is separate than us. So I don't know. I mean, maybe that's I don't know if that's a policy discussion or what that is either, because it is a little, there's been a time or two where it's been a little uncomfortable. So I don't know, just food for thought. Anyway, but so it's not a mandate. It's just if they so choose. But
Yeah.
if they so chose, they wouldn't have to either. And
Right.
okay.
They're not. I don't think they're forced
You're
to.
talking about the hospital district?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know why they don't have their own in-house and not use ours, and therefore on some of those uncomfortable moments. And they're not great. They're a great partner of ours, but still. Anyway, okay.
Commissioner, I can also tell you that.
You need to go to the microphone.
Oh, here.
Nobody outside can hear you, sorry.
Commissioner, I can also tell you that this is not a unique situation because it is statutory. And I know firsthand that Bear County represents their hospital district. I don't know if Bear County also has other council, which I'm sure they do. And the Houston Hospital District is represented by the Houston, I don't know if they have a county attorney? Yeah, county attorney's office.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not unusual. It's just, I don't know, just a thought.
And we're very fortunate because here, the hospital district does not require us to present billing for the work we do.
Right.
They take over the entire salary.
Okay, are there any questions on or challenges on the two salary tables?
Yeah, Jenny, what is your, and you may have said it and I just missed it, I apologize if I did. What is your total staff? If you're fully staffed, what's your full complement?
Are we 20 or 21 right now? 20? 20.
20. Okay, and of that 20, how many are attorneys?
We have spots for 11 and we have 10 full.
Okay, but if you were fully staffed, you would have 11 attorneys.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And so the rest of the balance of the 20 are staff,
Legal secretaries,
support staff?
yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, then next slide, please. That's just the second table. Next slide. Okay, so another thing that happened besides the waiting on getting the requests for salaries is that on June 20th of this year, the governor signed a change in statute making the benchmark salary for a district judge in the state of Texas in their first term, instead of $140,000, it's $175. 75. In their second term, it goes up to $192,500. So what I grabbed here, these are 2024 tax survey numbers. These are counties. I put their population there, so you can see there's all over the place. And those are, of course, last year, so that's pre-benchmark raise. But you can see there's many who are over the benchmark. There's a couple or three who are under the benchmark. So I knew, or I believed that I would be asked about, well, what other counties do? Well, here are all the ones over 100,000 in population who responded to the TAC salary survey. So that's there for you. And what I'm asking the county, and I haven't made this request since I've been in office, but I am asking that not just me personally, but this office be treated as you would treat the district judges by whom my salary is measured, and raise it up as close to that as you can, knowing that I do have that supplement, but what I don't use of that supplement goes to the office and goes to their salaries.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
I think I maybe asked you last year too. I know you use your supplement, which is great. We greatly appreciate it, and I know everything we went through. But you're an elected. Somebody else comes in here, they don't have to do that.
Correct, they do not.
So that is obligating the county on a salary that we're not going to drop afterwards because you give a supplement. That's kind of, I just wanted to point that out.
Well, that supplement was created because Nueces County was well known in government for not paying its attorneys a living wage, and so it was created to help district and county's attorneys make up for the shortfalls, and I think I've provided articles about that before. So it is important that
But you don't have to give this to your staff.
No.
You can keep the supplement yourself.
we can keep half of it.
Yes, okay.
We can keep half of it. And so, yeah, so I'm, for myself, for the first time, I'm asking for a raise that would bring my salary up to that cap with no more, of course, than half of the supplement.
Yes.
And hopefully less than half of the supplement so that more of it could go to the employees. Any questions? Any more questions? Ooh, it's 1:31.
Wow.
Good job.
You caught
Thank you, sir.
yourself. Thank you. Yes. I wasn't even looking at the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, everyone, for. Mary Esther, please let them know that I won't be there. I'm not sure my staff did, but sorry. Just, are they outside? Is that, there's some people outside with, is that the district attorney's office? They're up next. They have something to pass out. It looks like they had to bring it in on wheels. It's pretty big.
Lawyers.
I object to Jenny being here.
Oh, good grief. I was just laughing about our packets had to come in on wheels. I was like, what are we passing out?
Do it like this. Bring this down here.
For having all these young 30-year-olds, people that
That's
So
a pretty
frustrating.
large packet. Thank
How do
you, thank you. You know, you have a short time to present everything in there, right?
Better get going, buddy.
Schedule.
some of them will be left to you.
Yes, for us to peruse on our own.
Thank you. No,
You're trying to get it in presentation form?
yeah, let me go ask
Bubbles are
her.
gonna catch my ADD and I'm gonna
Right.
be distracted.
Just like 1 minute.
Oh, wow. They've even got,
I'm just gonna share my screen.
okay. Yeah, really.
Give me a second. I gotta fix this.
Everybody we know, every department. Oh, sorry. Okay, if you guys are ready, we are. We have you down only starting at 1:30, so.
I apologize, Judge. I just need to fix this PowerPoint.
Oh,
I
you're
didn't realize
good.
we had to submit
No.
it prior, so I'm just doing it via Zoom. It should be up in a second when I share
Okay.
the screen here. Thank you.
Perfect.
Just blame it on Mike Gordon. It'll be all right.
We'll all say yes, we understand.
It looks like I just. Okay. And again, I'm having that same issue. That's what I was trying to do.
We've got it
Okay.
on our screen.
Should be good.
Thank you.
You said spacebar?
Space bar and backspace if you need to go back.
Cool. Yeah, it doesn't need mine. Okay.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Granberry.
Ready?
We're ready.
Okay, first of all, good morning from the Nueces County District Attorney's Office.
It's afternoon, but I'll just go ahead and correct you.
Well, my day started early and I should have known that.
I just had to give you a jab.
We're delighted to be here. I want to thank my young, brilliant people for helping put this PowerPoint together because I can't spell it. But they are here, and I will be throwing things over to them as we get through. But I'm going to try and get through this as quickly as we can. So, this is basically our mission statement. It is justice. We have taken an oath to do justice. Every prosecutor takes that oath. We want to thoughtfully, efficiently, ethically, and aggressively prosecute crimes. We want to make Nueces County a safe and desirable place to live and raise a family by reducing and deterring crime, especially for prosecutors who we want to move here and remain here as lifelong prosecutors. This is a new era. Hence, ensure, reduce, and allocate. We are attempting to ensure timely and efficient resolution of cases, reduce turnover, and retain experienced attorneys and staff by offering market-aligned compensation, allocate resources to support the effective and efficient administration of the office. We need to invest to save. A more efficiently run and fully staffed office will save the county money by lowering the overall jail population. We learned this through when we were fighting through the auxiliary court. At about $85 per day, if the jail is maxed out, that's $93,500 a day in food, kibble, gas, light, fire for them when the jail is full. One of our jobs is to keep that jail population down, and we've done that. It climbs back up, and we fight it back down. But remember, I'm 14 lawyers short right now. The William and Mary study, it's in the book. You can refer to that. I got personally called by the guy that was writing that study and doing the research on the shortage of prosecutors. There's lots of different reasons for it. Prosecutors are kind of out of vogue these days. People want to be civil rights lawyers. They want to be plaintiffs' lawyers. They want to be anything but a prosecutor. So we're kind of out of vogue, and that has dropped off. Most lawyers still know that if you want to learn how to be a trial lawyer, you start in a district attorney's office. So since 2022, we have had a staff shortage, and I'm just going to run through this as quick as I can. And we have been calling for competitive prosecutor pay. By the way, the state of Texas is the only state employee in the office, gave me a $30,000 year raise this year. I'm grateful for it. It was 10 years too long in coming, but I'd be delighted if you gave everybody in my office the same. So just putting it out there. But the shortage of Nueces County prosecutors leaves a ripple effect through the community. Everything bottlenecks in my office. And there has not been a fully staffed EA's office since 2021. We're 12, 14 lawyers short. We just lost two more. One's a 3-year lawyer who's going up to the Court of Appeals to be a staff attorney, and she's going to make more than most of our senior attorneys do. And I'm going to ask Mr. Kefra to look at this.
Oh, I see that. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Cafferata. I'm the misdemeanor chief down at the DA's office. And I just want to say thank you so much for your time today. And I'm just going to run you through some numbers real quick. I believe y'all received numbers from Mr. Mason over there, Mr. Meyer. It doesn't align with ours because I didn't calculate in the 22.2 or 12% for benefits. This is without the benefits. Further, when we submitted our sheets, it looks like there was a couple minor errors that caused it to be a much larger addition. But I ran this through Excel, and based off my Excel sheet, this is what the costs are around without those benefits. So looking here, this is our current staff if we were fully staffed. So starting in row 1, that's the position name. Row number 2, what those positions are paid. Row number 3 is how many people are in those positions. And then again, row number 4 is the amount total. So as of right now, we have about, fully staffed, we'd have 40 attorneys in our office. Going to our next slide here, it talks about what we're asking for in reference to our attorneys. We're asking, like, again, about a $600,000 increase in pay. Again, that's without benefits. It's on average a $15,000 ask per attorney. And what we did here is we looked to simplify and update all of our job descriptions because they haven't been updated since the 90s. What we did to simplify is we made it one misdemeanor attorney starting at that $82,000 mark. And then from there, we tried to kind of go up $10,000 for each level. So we said we want our felony attorney starting out at $90,000. our mid-level attorneys starting at $100,000, and our senior attorneys starting at $110,000. Finally, we were requesting 2 attorneys to be complex crime attorneys. Now, to clarify, we're not asking for any additional slots. What we did there to make these 2 complex attorneys is we converted 2 of our felony 1 positions into those complex attorney slots. We're still asking for 40 attorneys. That's the right number of attorneys to run our office properly. Overall, these numbers bring us in line with other counties and surrounding areas, and will allow us to attract talented people and retain experienced attorneys. Thank you.
And talking about bringing us in line, one of the things that had happened 2 years ago, Senate Bill 22, was a bill that designated almost every county in the state of Texas as a rural county and gave them money to pay their prosecutors. There was another bill, I went and spoke to it this year, that would have raised that population designation from 300,000 to 400,000, and believe it or not, that will have only affected 5 counties. Nueces County, Galveston County, Brazos County, Brazoria, and Lubbock. And that failed to pass. But the great majority of counties have this money. They're given by the state through a grant that we don't get because we're the middle child. And so we tried to get it this year. We didn't get it. But we're still stuck, monkey in the middle, and we're not able to work this way at the capacity that Nueces County deserves. So, can you come fix this screen so I can see? This stuff's clogging in on the writing, so I'm having to try and read it off that. Just slide that up out of the way. Yeah.
Get that down there. And then that looks like we'll pull that down. Is that okay up there for now? All right, that way you can read.
Okay, now I can see it. So we're asking to reconfigure our budget in such a way that it would allow us to create 2 new attorney positions that he just talked about. The prosecutor shortage and lower line prosecutor salaries has caused an experiential deficit. We can't hire people. We had a great candidate. He was a Navy kid, went to law school, perfectly aligned to come to a Navy town. We had him hook, line, and sinker until he saw what we were able to pay and called and said, I'm sorry, I'm going to stay in El Paso or go somewhere else. I can't afford to move down there for that. And we keep running across that time and time again.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Sure.
Real quick. And I might have missed it. I'm sorry. I had an emergency text I was trying to respond to as well. You said you had created the 1 position out of 2 misdemeanor attorneys things, but you still wanted all 40. So did you get rid of 1 to get the other one up, and you're still, or are you still asking for all the attorneys? I heard you say you still need the 40, but you said you put 2 in 1 to get the salary up. So,
and I guess, Judge, we don't know what's going to happen today, right?
Okay.
So at the end of the day, to attract that individual, yes, we will cut those 2 positions. If we can get that person, we will cut those positions to do it. As of right now, I didn't know about this individual when I created or submitted the budget, because we submitted the budget, 2 months ago now, I think, or a
but
month
you're
ago?
willing to do that if you have to?
Yes.
Yes, okay. That's what I wanted clarification on.
Right. All of this is a moving target.
Yeah.
I mean, we're open to other negotiations and that kind of thing. Obviously, we're not in a position of control.
Neither are we right now, until we get any numbers.
So, Mr. Granberry.
Yes, sir.
If you could go back a couple of slides to the numbers you had on the pay raises that you're seeking for your attorneys and the total amounts.
That's
I wanted to
frustrating.
make sure I understood that. Yeah, there you go. So, and it's a little hard for us to read on this monitor.
If you look in your binders as well, I've included the PowerPoint slide, and they're in
This binder?
In that binder, they're included. There should be the slides. It's a little bit easier to read.
Under what tab?
Final thing, and I believe this is.
The comp analysis, you said?
It should be on the last.
There's a tab for
Oh,
PowerPoint.
the last tab? Oh, the PowerPoint, yes.
Okay, all right. Let me get over here. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Okay, so if you were fully employed in the district attorney's office, how many would you have attorneys?
We'd have 40 attorneys. For staff, I believe it's 31. I'd have to double check my Excel sheet on that number.
Well, 40 attorneys and 31 staff members.
I believe so. And
Okay, close enough.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so if you gave this 4,042,835, that's total staff.
So, this is in reference just to our attorneys.
Okay.
We're going to cover the staff separately towards
Okay.
the end of it.
So the $610,000 pay increase is just for the 40 attorneys.
Correct.
Okay. So if we gave each one of those attorneys a $15,000 pay increase, that's where you came up with the 610.
Yes, and basically the way we did it, I looked to start us at that 82,000, and that was kind of the goal. Like that's the starting salary in surrounding counties that really attracts those attorneys, and we went up from there. And the way I came to that average of $15,000 is I took the 610,000 and divided it by the number of attorneys. It came to 15,000.
Okay. And right now, of the 40 attorney positions you have open, you say you have actually how many working?
So as of right now, we're going to be, I think, 13 or 14 short. We have 2 currently working, but it's their last week. Both are leaving for higher paying jobs. We actually just recently lost another individual over to to the city.
Okay.
But we are at about 26 or 27 attorneys in about a week here.
Okay. So 26 currently. Okay. Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
And
So-
for Commissioner, if you look, you'll see from that 82, it jumps about 10,000 per grade as you go up. If you just look at the salaries going up, and we have cut, instead of having, felony 1, felony 2, felony 3, felony 4, felony 5, felony 6 designations. We have entry level at 90, felony mid-level 110, and then so it goes up from there.
Yeah. And again, I would have made them even numbers, except you got to follow the county where you put it on the pay grades. So I just tried to match it up with the pay grades.
Okay. Now, none of these attorneys are counted in the public defender's numbers, right?
No.
Okay. No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll move on to the next one. This is just some things we pulled out from the internet for starting staff pay. Our staff is starting at about $16 an hour. Starting Starbucks is $15.25 to $17.31. That's here in Corpus Christi. Starting Walmart cashier, $14 to $27 to be a cashier. Scan things in. Medical receptionist starts at around $18 a buck. The difference is, instead of scanning vegetables and Coca-Colas, our people are seeing things that come in through the cases that we work on that are autopsy photos. Sometimes we try to keep it very close, but with things like child porn, we have all kinds of sensitive things that comes through, and as they help us assemble the files and put them together and get them ready for grand jury, the staff is exposed to that. And I can tell you, after doing this for 40 years, you can put that over in a box, but it still stays with you. And so these aren't cashiers. These are people that are doing serious work. And I've got to tell you, I've got the most dedicated group of staff people that I have ever worked with. Of course, Angie's been with me 16 years, but this group of young people is amazing, and I couldn't be prouder to be captaining the ship that they're trusting me with. So, what we're trying to do is increase our staff pay and create new positions that will aid the attorneys in managing heavy caseloads, complying with legal, ethical obligations, and will ensure successful outcomes, and attract the best candidates and give them pay that's competitive with other counties. One of the big asks that we'll get to in a minute is creating how many more Angies? 6 more Angies. We want 3 for floor of the county court, the 2 district court floors for 8 and 9. And these guys, well, where's that box? So, before Angie got here.
You have to talk in the microphone.
Before Angie got here,
Thank you.
this was a prosecutor's trial box, okay? And they had to take this, maybe an extra box up. After Angie got here, this is what it looks like. It's tabbed, it's organized, everything is there. The thumb drives are where they can find them. Everything's organized. And believe you me, for somebody my age, it's impossible to do it without somebody doing that for me. And I have lots of lawyers my age in this office. Right, Mike?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's really important. It helps on time. The other thing that is a challenge for this office is everybody has a Ring doorbell camera. A lot of people now have cameras inside their cars, dash cam cameras in their own cars. They help immensely in a murder case when you want to hear what everybody says in the car as they're being shot at. And it's great evidence, and it's very moving evidence, and the doorbell cams are incredible, but you got to deal with it, and you have to download it from the police department, have to get it either on a thumb drive, then we have to convert it from whatever format they're using. The sheriff uses Axon, the city uses Panasonic. We've got to put it into MP4, or somebody does, and it's a constant fight over whether my people do it or the police officers do it. But they've got the same problem. And so we're trying to get people in that don't cost as much as attorneys that can do these things at a lower wage, but still have us ready for trial. And so we're trying to look for ways to have staff doing staff things. It's one of the mantras I created, and lawyers doing lawyer things. And so they're much better at typing. They're much quicker at getting things scanned in. They know where things need to be. And so we get out of their way, let them do their job, and then they hand it off to us to do ours. So we want to create a chief investigator. I have a person we call our chief investigator, but he doesn't get paid any more than the other investigator. There are additional duties that go with that. We have weapons, we have long guns, we have handguns. And they have to be kept securely, along with the ammunition. They have to qualify. They have to order the ammunition, keep it in a secure place, and be accountable for it. We have cars that have lights and sirens and radios and that kind of thing. We've got leftover handheld radios. And so somebody has to keep track of all those things, make sure they don't walk away and disappear. And so... And could be assigned out as needed. And so that's what we're asking for on that, is a bump in salary for those additional responsibilities. The attorney assistant is essentially 2 roles for the price of 1, administrative assistant and paralegal. Attorney assistants do what I told you a minute ago. They do traditional paralegal fast file motions, answer discovery requests, and that's huge, guys, because we have to go through it, and our duty under the law is to make sure they get everything under Michael Morden that they're required to get and get all of the discovery. And we've had cases that blew up over that. Mistrial's declared, and we got to go back to the drawing board, get it corrected, and go back. So if we can have people working on that, helping lawyers get that done, it'll be a great service, and it will be cheaper in the long run than having extra attorneys. It's also, if our request for additional attorney assistance granted, this individual will mentor and supervise all attorney assistants while continuing to assist with complex and violent crimes. And that is basically Angie. She will be there to assist the district attorney, first assistant in chiefs, which is one of her duties already, and all other attorneys that handle complex matters. So she keeps me in line, Mike in line, my chiefs in line, and she's also taking some of the most unorganized prosecutors that I've ever seen and getting them organized and trial ready, because I've got lawyers that can stand up on their hind legs and try a case all day long till the cows come home. But with all this crush of information, they need help. And so having someone like Angie Petropoulos doing that is absolutely invaluable. And so we want to bring some more people like her in and have her work on training them, maybe promote from within. We've got some people that are almost there that we could move up into those roles. And I think that that is a way to save by going mid-level instead of asking for more lawyers. So, Mr. Capretta, I'm going to call on you again because I can't see this number fill off.
All right. So again, what I did here is I just took my Excel sheet. I'm putting it over here. This is our current staff numbers. I think you originally had asked me how many staff we had. I have a count of 28 there. So we have 28 admin staff in our office currently. Their total out paid about that 1.1 million. I believe, again, that doesn't include benefits. So this is where we're at, and I just included the pay scales. Overall, we're going to be asking to basically increase their pay scales by 2, and we're also changing a couple things up. One, we deleted a paralegal position that we had. It isn't in line with the work she was doing. She was doing what our admin secretary lead was doing for everything she was doing over there. So we deleted that position and requested to become an admin secretary lead. Further, we asked for that chief investigator to be paid at that $55,000 mark. And then we also asked for those 6 attorney assistants, again being paid at the $52,000, alongside the district attorney assistant for the $57,000. In total, we're asking for 7 additional positions, 6 of which are that attorney assistants, 1 of which would be the chief investigator, just to kind of bring us to parity with, or help us out in the office. Everyone else, what we did is we looked at their roles, what we do, we updated their job applications, and we just tried to make it fair for what everyone was doing in the office and bring it into line. Overall, we're asking for about a $400,000 increase between the two. So $400,000 for staff, about $600,000 for our attorneys. Any questions before I sit down?
So what's your total that you're asking?
I had it at,
Sounds like-
it's going to be on our final slide for the exact number before benefits, so then multiply that by 22.12 should be the total ask from my calculations. And I talked to Mr. Meyer earlier, and I caught the errors that went through on our OpenGov request. There was just some things not getting subtracted properly from what I saw.
Oh,
But
wait
it's,
till you get to your last slide.
yeah.
I have a question. So
Sorry.
is your total, the reclass including the new positions, this total?
Yeah, so it would be the reclass. So it'd be, and let me make sure I understand your question, right? So each of those positions, right, we upped them 2 classifications. They went, if it was a 26, I made it a 28.
Okay.
And then on certain positions like the paralegal, I think it was like really low. That one went up a lot more compared to the other ones. But in total, that number should be the 1.578. And I can share my Excel document with y'all so you can kind of see where my calculations are coming
No,
from.
my question is, this number, is it the reclass and the new positions in total?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I need.
Sorry
the,
for
Thank you.
the total
Thank
personnel increases would be 1,100,000, roughly. A
With
little bit
the
less than that.
factored in?
with the benefits factored in. Yes, sir.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, so this is basically what we're asking. If you go out and count the people that are paying taxes in Nueces County, it's 353,000 some odd folks. Our ask comes out as best we could calculate, again, given some of these changes, it could be redone, to about $2.92 per taxpayer. So if everybody in the county buys a taco once a year, we'd have what we need. We are not asking for that much of an increase to their tax burden. It's by comparison, you've got Starbucks coffee. If y'all want to buy us 2 tacos, we'd be happy to eat them. Okay, a package of ballpoint Bic pens, $3.89 a pack. Wrigley's Double Mint gum, $3.88 a pack. A gallon of milk, $2.97. I mean, we're not making that big of an ask in the long run. Everything in Nueces County bottlenecks through our office. That means that the CCPD, every case they do, misdemeanor or felony comes to our office, and it bottlenecks through us. Every case that comes from Port Aransas PD, Bishop PD, precincts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, Robstown PD, DPS, the Texas Rangers, they all bottleneck into us and feed out into 8 district courts and 4 county court at laws and 9 JP courts. And we have a really, really good prosecutor that rides circuit on all those 9 JP courts. I don't want to irritate any of my other people, but he's the only guy I don't get complaints about. So he does a fabulous job. But folks, we're the bottleneck. And if you want to defund the police, and I know that you don't, but if you wanted to defund the police, we're the bottleneck, baby. Just defund us. Defund the DA's office. Don't give us the quality people, the skilled people, the experienced people that we need to keep our community safe, and you will save lots of money, and we'll be where we are now with 15-year-olds running around pulling doors, grabbing guns, getting disconnectors. We talk to ATF. We have a meeting that we go to every week on all the shooting cases that happen, all the full automatic accoutrement that are being intercepted and are out on the streets being sold by 17-year-olds because the feds can't touch them. That becomes our job. And I've got to have the people to do it, because if every person I get lasts 3 years and are gone, then all I have to try murder cases, capital murder cases, serious cases, child molestation cases are 3-year lawyers. And I can't do it with 3-year lawyers. I've got to have more experienced lawyers. And the good news is we've changed the culture. We've got a happy place to work. Everybody's getting along. We're singing Kumbaya. We're pushing at the same wheel. We make it a joyous place to work. But we got to have some help, and we have to be able to retain people so they don't get sucked away to places because, damn it, they wanted to have a baby. Okay? That's why I left the DA's office in 1994. I got married and I had a baby while I was in the DA's office, and I had to go make a living. So please bring us into the 20th century at least. This is a news clip from what happened in Lubbock, Texas. I think if it works for Lubbock, a county that's about the same size as we are, I think it could work here.
As we've told you, the DA's office.
I believe it's going to go through the Zoom.
Okay.
To our investigative report. prosecutor's plea. As we've told you, the DA's office was nearly...
Can y'all hear it or no?
A little echo.
Here, here's what I'm gonna do. Frustrating.
cases. This is an update to our investigative report of prosecutor's plea. As we've told you, the DA's office...
Send it to us.
I think, Judge, if y'all can mute your mics, maybe try it. If you can, yeah.
Oh, mute ours. Okay, turn your mic off, Commissioner.
Ready to play?
plea. As we've told you, the DA's office was nearly in crisis mode over the...
I see what's happening. What I gotta do is, am I muted?
Give me the mic and try it again.
Is that Michael?
It's on their computer.
Attorneys.
Investigative reporter Shaylee Kidwell attended this morning's county commissioner meeting where the DA's office gave an update.
Elected Lubbock County District Attorney Sunshine Davis approached county commissioners with a smile Monday morning.
I wanted to personally tell you that as I stand before you here today, I'm in a much better position than I was last time I stood before you back during budget session.
Over the summer, Stanek told commissioners her office was nearing crisis mode.
We have not been full in 2 years. We cannot effectively and efficiently continue to prosecute crime shorthanded.
Stanek reported 8 vacancies.
For many months, I had my first assistant and my chief administrator working in the misdemeanor courts because they were short. We all do felony guilty pleas, including myself, and that's something that hasn't always happened in this office, but I think it's important for us to all chip in and help out.
In May, commissioners approved her request to use the extra salary money to pay prosecutors overtime to work through the backlog of cases.
And we still do that to this day. We'll do that until we no longer have the finances to do that, and they talk to the Commissioners Court about extending it.
To help recruit and retain employees, commissioners also approved a $15,000 raise for her employees, which bumped the starting salary for entry-level prosecutors from $65,000 to $80,000.
So I'm in a better situation, and in part due to the commissioners giving our prosecutors higher salaries.
Stanek says she's down to 2 vacancies and has seen an influx of applicants.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would start to get applications from very experienced attorneys.
Stanek says 3 of her recent hires, an investigator and 2 attorneys, each bring more than a decade of experience to her team. Today, she asked the county to adjust its pay bands so she can pay those employees more than what the county budgeted for. Commissioners voted in favor of the change. Still, Stanek says the struggles aren't over.
I anticipate losing another couple of senior prosecutors for some family reasons in the coming months.
But permission to offer seasoned applicants more money gives her hope she'll be able to fill those positions quickly. Shaylee Kidwell, KCBD, investigates.
Now, anybody that's been in Lubbock, Texas knows that we're a whole lot prettier here in South Texas and Nueces County and Corpus Christi than we are in Lubbock, Texas. I lived there for 3 years when I went to law school, so I can testify. But, folks, that's our presentation. Any questions that you have, we're happy to answer.
I didn't realize you were a Red Raider.
I am.
Oh. Well, I like you even better now.
And what's the starting salary for a lawyer in your office? I couldn't, and I'm sorry, I was trying to look back.
Right now, the
$67,000.
67 is a starting now.
Yes.
And like I said, we had and this young man was not even, he hadn't passed the bar yet, but they're offering, I looked another rural county up, again, they're getting the benefit of that money, and they're starting young lawyers at $87,000 with up to $100 and say, apply straight out of law school, we'll consider you. I mean, people are desperate to get prosecutors. And so it's just time, folks. It's just time. Whatever can be done needs to be done.
And Jimmy, what do y'all do as far as advertising, stuff like that for the positions?
We do some on TCDAA, as I understand it. I'm not sure where the county listings go.
We know where those go.
I'm sorry?
I mean, do y'all do like at law school?
Yes, we
fairs,
have
like
reached
that?
out to law schools. We're going to try and send some teams up to recruit there. But they're walking out of here, Judge, or Commissioner, they're making, I mean, I know kids that are walking out making $100,000 with BA degrees or BS degrees in computer science. I mean, it's hard to compete with them when they're doing that. My stepson walked out of the University of North Carolina and took a $100,000 gig as a data scientist. So these guys come out of law school with law school debt and piling up over their heads, and they've got to be able to pay that back someday if they don't stay in as a public service prosecutor for 10 years, which will allow them to get rid of some of that debt. But, it's just tough, and it's tough all over, unfortunately, because greatest experience of my life was to be a prosecutor, a line prosecutor. It's not near as much fun as it used to be. But as a line prosecutor, it's a lot of fun because you're up there doing the Lord's work. You own the courtroom. You learn your trade. You learn how to deal with obstinate judges and kind judges, and you get used to all of them. And it's the best training a young lawyer can have. The problem is you don't want to leave. And I'd like to be able to say you don't have to leave. You can stay here and make this your career. So I hope this is the first step along this road. And any other questions?
I don't think so. I think we're good, and we have the next presentation is here. Dennis, before you get up, the judges we're trying to fit them in real quick because they changed. Yes, we'll get right to you. They said they were going to be quick, so yes.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Yes.
And I want to thank our judges for being here in support.
And we are actually. The reason why I wanted to do our presentation at this point is because I wanted to follow Jimmy and give you all a little bit of viewpoint from the judge's perspective, right? We talk about the effective
I'm sorry? We have to have you on the microphone.
Okay.
Anybody online can't hear you.
Got
if
it.
You walk away from it. Yes.
So we all want the effective administration of justice, right? Those are words that are somewhat loaded, but from the judge's perspective, when we have a prosecutor's office where you have attorneys that come, they stay for 3 years, and then they move on, you have a loss of experience, and that leads to a lot of problems when you start talking about the higher level cases. There used to be specialized caseloads, specialized prosecution divisions. Those are now gone, and the line prosecutors are handling anything from, an ag robbery to an unauthorized use to a sexual assault to a murder. And when you have prosecutors that don't have a lot of experience in those areas, it can create a lot of hardships for victims as well as for us to administer justice effectively. So I wanted to very strenuously echo what Jimmy has told you in regards to needing more money for the DA's office. That is a must. That really is a must. And along with that, before I go into our presentation, I want to say this. First off, you are a wonderful group of people, and I'm so excited that I'm here in front of you. You look great, wonderful, wonderful people. Now, having said that, I am strongly urging everyone to make sure we go as to not only have the 3.5%, but also all the unused increments. It is imperative for this county that we have enough money to keep the county going, all right? If this was a talk about roads, we would have potholes all over the place, right? And it just so happens when you're talking about justice, it's not as easily visible as it is when we talk about roads. Having said that, if you would open up your folders, I just wanted to put a few things down for y'all to look at, and I want to go through them relatively quickly, and then I'll move on. The first is court reporters. I'm asking the Commissioners Court to equal the pay between the court reporters from the county to the district clerks, district court reporters. There may be a one-level difference, but I know that Grayson can address that. And that's important, and I'll get to why here in just a second. We are asking, or we have made a resolution in favor of increasing the salary of court reporters to 2% per year. Right now it's 5% every 5 years. That is not enough to retain court reporters, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Also, we're asking that the cap for the court reporters be raised $5,000. There are 2 court reporters that are at the ceiling, and we don't want to lose them. I'm not asking for it at this time, but right now I think our pay for a court reporter to come in is, if we need to have somebody come in, a court reporter isn't available, I believe it's $291 roughly. That is not enough to get court reporters to come down to Nueces County for the day. Not enough, they won't come here. So what that means, what does this really mean? If, let's say, again, that nothing happens and we lose a court reporter. That court is shut down. That's all there is to it. What does that mean for the commissioners? That means the jail starts filling up. That means you are now paying money to another jail to house inmates. That's the realistic end if we don't address this situation now, right? And so we do have one floater, but if we lose one more, we're going to have problems in Nueces County. That's why we're trying to do this now, so that we don't have problems. We don't come up to you when it's not budget session and say, hey, we have to have an increase. So we're addressing that now. For court managers and bailiffs, we're asking for a 10% increase. Let me give you an example for the bailiffs. And I know I have it there for many weeks. That's not correct. It's actually our last court that is looking for a court bailiff. It was open for 3 months, no applicants. Finally had one person they were going to interview. That person went to another job for twice the money. Guys, we have to have staff to man the courts. When you can't fill a position for months, that means the Commissioner's Court has to increase the salary so we can do that. Again, effective administration of justice. I'm not throwing that word around randomly. I would love to address more problems that I see coming, but I'm waiting for when it really has to be addressed. And these so far have to be addressed now. So those 2 parts, the court reporters, the court managers, bailiffs, is a now issue. We are asking for the magistrate judges. I think they're at 25 hours. We're asking for a couple more hours for them. That won't affect benefits, and that's just the increased workload working at the jail and then covering for us as well. The next one is e-service for the courts and the district clerk. This is a really interesting program. I thought it was going to be more. You can look behind it. It is a total of about $60,000, and it allows the courts to serve documents as well as the clerks when they serve judgments and such. Right now, if we have to do a drop docket, we have to prepare 200 letters, fold them, envelopes, and send them out with all the postage. This allows us to do away with that. We can go right through Tyler, right through Odyssey, send out the notices through electronic means, and it's going to save a lot of time and money. So I would strongly ask for that. Again,
all of you are in. Everyone is okay with utilizing this? We're
yes,
not going to have the same problem we had before?
Yes. So for all of the things I'm talking about, I've talked to IT, and I've talked to the Board of Judges, and I've talked to the district clerks. I haven't talked to the county clerk, but I've been dealing, and I know we do have a person from the district clerk's office to address it as well.
Okay.
So I have done the background on all of this. Also, another interesting program that I think is already budgeted through the district clerk's office, but I wanted to make you guys aware of it, is e-pay for the jurors. So jurors come in, and they're going to get a certain amount of money. We are doing it by checks. This new process is going to allow that to be done through electronic means, PayPal, Zelle, direct deposit. Again, save on the issue of checks and postage and all that other stuff. I'm going to let you talk about that, Lil, if you don't mind. I know the amount. I'm trying to remember what the amount is, but you all already have it budgeted.
I'm not sure what the amount is for the payments for the jurors.
Okay, I'll get that to you. I know that it's been in budgeting. Grayson, you might have it. I know that we've had a meeting about it and talked about it.
I'll give it
finally, last is this statutory increases for judicial salaries. We are asking for the Commissioners Court to follow what the new law is out, and that is an increase in pay for the county courts, as well as an increase in the county supplement for district courts. Again, I know that you guys have a lot of people that you're talking to, so I thought I'd lay it out there for you. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to talk, but I thought I would yield the rest of my time.
I have one more question before anybody else. I know at the top you said you're asking for a 2% increase in salary for court reporters every year. Is that, you already have a 10% that you can
We do.
impose? That wouldn't change yours at all? You're asking for that in addition to the 10% that you can. You don't do it every year, but you can.
We can,
Yes.
but that's not what we're doing. We have a schedule right now, which is 5% every 5 years. That's not enough, and so we're just asking for 2% every year. So no, you're right. We can go up 10%.
I just want a clarification. So,
Right.
yes.
And the reason, and thank you for that leading question. I'm hoping that the Commissioners Court see that we're not just asking for the money that we can ask, right? These are necessary things, and I want y'all to consider that. Again, some of them are for the administration of justice. Again, I'm not going to reiterate what I said, but and being, very honest with the Commissioners Court, I like that we're able to work together. I look at every commissioner here. I know that I can talk to you. We're here, and so I like the relationship that we have. So don't think that I'm asking for this without a very substantial reason for doing so. Please accept the 3.5% and the increments that we need.
Any other questions, anybody?
Yeah, can I say something
go
real
ahead,
quick in
please.
regards to it? When David was talking in regards to the, I support everything that we've talked about here. The Board of Judges does as well. What I would like to talk about is with the bailiff's office as well. The last part to that story that he just said is not only are we waiting 3 months for someone to apply, my court is now without a bailiff, right? And we had one individual that met the requirements, and that individual just took a job somewhere else because they got more money. What that means is we have to reopen everything and send it out again. What that also means is that the Sheriff's Department has been sending over sheriff's people that are not out on the street, that are not doing different work for the sheriff's office because they're sitting in my office or sitting in my courtroom getting ready for trial or jury trial. Our court managers are, I always say when the lawyers are in front of me and they say, Judge, is it okay if I set this on Friday, or is it okay if I set this next Wednesday? And I say, my name's on the door, right? But Chrissy and our court managers, those are the individuals that really run our cases and run our courts. We try to be incredibly efficient for you all. And so I ask also that you all approve. And I know everybody and their brother's asking you for stuff, and I get it, right? But I really believe in the administration of justice, and it's not happening. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a general question? So we had this conversation this morning with the constables who came in and asked for extra people because they have to cover the JPs, the bailiffs, right? And so then, I thought, well, maybe we ought to just give bailiffs to all of them and not do worry about it. Now you're telling us that it's hard to get bailiffs because of the pay. I get it. But I'll ask the question in the reverse order. Is it better than to give the sheriff more people and make him provide y'all bailiffs than try to come up with individual bailiffs? I'm just asking it kind of reverse just to get an idea. Is that a better route? Then you have law enforcement officers in there. Not that I know the bailiffs, they're not all, if I remember, they're not all T-Cole and they're not all peace officers, and that you don't have to do that. Would it be better? Just a question, not trying to get anybody's business, but I mean, we're going through this.
Right.
Is that?
It is a possibility, right? I mean, there are many different, or all the different counties have different ways of providing bailiffs. Sometimes it's through the Sheriff's Department, sometimes it's through different areas. I'd have to look, but I think at this point, at least, Nueces County is mandatory that the judges hire a bailiff. I'd have to look at that statute in the government code. So quite honestly, I think that would probably be for another year and another conversation. And I hear what you're saying, right? Do you give more money for the sheriff and the sheriff provide the bailiff? I think that would require some changes to the law, and then I would rather talk about that with the Board of Judges because that would be a pretty big change.
Fair. But maybe, just I don't know what the Commissioners Court feels about it. It's just an idea because they asked a different way today. And
If we're already in a bind, we can't push forward on something.
Right, and I'm like, okay, if it's hard to get bailiffs and it's about pay, is it? And then it's not, if your bailiff's out sick, they're going to send someone from the sheriff's office anyway, right? So then maybe it's just an idea, and I'm not, and that's fair. Go back to the board of judges and say, would it be better long haul? And I get everybody's got their individual bailiffs that you like. I'm not trying to get bailiffs gone or anything like that. I'm just saying, from a process standpoint, could that be something that we look at and we say to the sheriff, okay, sheriff, we're going to give you, there's 10 courts or whatever there, I can't even remember, sorry, and we're going to give the sheriff 10 more people, but you got to provide bailiffs 24/7 for the courts, and that way you may not have the same person in there all the time, but you have a police officer or sheriff's officer, and it rotates. It's just an idea.
It is, and I'd like to sit down and talk with you guys about it. I'd love to have a little, if y'all want to form a committee on that, I'd love to be on it as a local administrative judge, come up with some ideas and take it back to the board of judges.
Or this, and here's a wild pitch out of right field. You know, we hire an outside contractor to supply security for this building. Why would we not consider doing that for bailiffs? If they were licensed peace officers through a contracted service.
I would, and just off the
And I'm
cuff,
just throwing
right?
it, I'm like Commissioner Chesney, I'm just throwing it
Right.
out there for discussion.
Off the cuff, I would want to see what the cost is. I would be interested to know what that service actually charges the county per person. And I'm just basing this on private industry and what they are paying for contractors. I think some of those people are being paid $18 to $20 an hour, much more than what we're paying the bailiffs right now. And I think if we just increase the price for bailiffs, we would probably solve the issue.
Well,
Plus,
this morning we had constables in here asking for more pay for bailiffs, and my first question is, well, why are the constables responsible for furnishing bailiffs to begin with?
It's in the statute. That's their number
And
one
that
job.
I would have to look again. There is the government code that talks about it, and it's different for every county. There's two sections. One is one part, and the criminal code says the sheriff has to provide a bailiff if necessary for trial, and another part of the government code which talks about the judges shall appoint a bailiff for each court in Nueces County. I'd have to look at that. I'm not really prepared to address that without knowing the cost to it.
Okay.
But I'd certainly talk to you about it. I don't have a problem. I mean, I'm always interested in finding more effective and cost-effective ways of helping the county. I mean, that's what we all should do.
And better security for y'all,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. No doubt.
Not that your bailiffs aren't great. They're great. I had a bailiff at one point, and he was great, and I wouldn't have traded him. But I'm just saying, to have a guy in there with a badge that's a police officer might add a little on. So just an idea.
I'd be interested to know what the cost would be for that.
But yeah, I mean, just, right.
So just so, I was looking at a security contract right now with SecOps, and an armed security officer is around $18 an hour, which is more than our bailiffs are making, so.
So I'm in agreement with getting with the Board of Judges, pulling the government code and everything that Judge Stith referenced. But I will add our personal bailiffs. My bailiff is a retired CCPD officer. He's commissioned by our sheriff. He's maxed out with all of his credentials. But what our bailiffs do for us, in addition to just being in court and being a presence, they get things ready for a jury trial. My bailiff stays late at night to get the seating all arranged, get his juror cards out. He's there early in the morning doing that. They're looking up things on Odyssey. They do a lot for the court in addition to just being that law enforcement presence and tackling people if they need to. So they do some clerical work and a lot of other things. Just so you know, I just wanted to throw that in. Judge Madera.
Yeah, and I'd like to agree on that too. So my bailiff is gone, right? And so I'm one of the courts. Well, I'm probably the court now that is missing their bailiff. McCauley took 3 months to get his. And I have to tell you, as much as I love the sheriff's department and the individuals that come over and help us, and one of them is here, Radar has been here, but we have sometimes somebody different every single day. So what happens is, you remember the movie Groundhog Day? It's the same thing over and over, but I have to teach it every day. We had to pick a jury the other day with my old bailiff, only because he'd been there 8 years, right? It took like clockwork. We know exactly where they are, how they line up. We bring them in. We were able to select a jury in an hour and a half, right? Even though I've got great people helping, right, they don't know the way that we do things. They don't know how to do that for that. And so every single time we do that, Same thing when I issue a warrant. My old bailiff, as soon as I started calling a case, he would be the front door calling the name out 3 times so I could either issue a warrant or find the guy. And so everything takes longer when you have somebody that you have to teach somebody to. And even as great as they are, and I'm so thankful for the Sheriff's Department for being here, and Radar is helping, and David Garcia has been helping this week as well. It's just, we all do things differently, and we try to train our staff to be able to do them the most efficiently. And so I like your idea. I'd love to check it out and listen. But if we do something like that, it's going to have to be the same sheriff's deputy every day, or we're going to be reinventing the wheel. And so there you go. That's my 2 cents.
Or like a pool that you trained, if you had 10 of them.
Yeah,
and
but you know
trained
what?
them and-
Judge Barkley and I do
Right.
things 100%
No,
different.
right. Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
I
and
get it.
Stith
And
does
just-
things differently. So if I train somebody that comes in and does mine, and he is now 100% ready to deal with Judge Maderi, if all of a sudden he goes over to Judge Stith's office, because I've sat on Stith's bench, right, for different cases. He's sat on my bench for different cases. We do things completely different. That would be the only thing. I think we should keep our bailiffs, but that's my opinion.
I'm not taking your bailiff away.
I don't have one,
It
but
was just
I'd
an
like
idea.
to have
It
one.
was just an idea.
And I just have a comment on the court reporters, so y'all know, we normally have 2 rovers. We've had an opening for our 2nd rover since January and not a single applicant. So, my other request for court administration, we have an administrative secretary who is currently part-time, where I'm asking to add her 10 hours a week. She gets paid benefits currently, just asking to make her full-time for an additional 10 hours a week. And then also asking for Javier, our interpreter for the county, who serves all areas of the county, for a raise, and I moved him up a pay grade.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Are y'all, is that everything?
I think we're done, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate you all being here and staying. And yes, sir.
I just want to add something to the bailiff issue. And I got the impression this morning, and I'm not sure of the law because I just returned back from another career recently, but I got the impression that constables were supplying to the JPs and the district courts got theirs from elsewhere, their bailiffs from elsewhere. So I don't know if that distinction was something to account for the difference.
They do come from the 2 different,
All right.
yes. And we look them up before the constables. Their number 1 duty is to provide the JP court.
JP court, not
Yes.
the district courts.
No,
All right.
there's the courts, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
We've had
just
that
helping
question
Dennis
come
set
up
up.
before. You're going to help Dennis out?
Yeah.
You're up next.
He's my IT guy.
Very good.
I'm in trouble later.
Even the auditor said that we're paying $18 an hour, but we don't have to pay their insurance and a whole bunch of other stuff either.
That's a good thing to compare, yeah.
Yeah, I just need to open this up and then connect via Zoom. Just this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me go back to Zoom. Join. Of course. Just gotta go back to the website and connect from there again. No, I believe it. Just hit via Zoom. Launch meeting. Okay. Join.
So then I'm the one that clicks it.
Yeah, you're gonna click, and then I'm gonna adjust it because last time there's some things blocking it for you. Okay. So you're going to share. We're just going to share the whole screen because it's a lot easier doing it this way. I'm going to maximize this, that, and then I'll try to move this out of the. That's kind of there. I can't get rid of that. So sorry about that. Just hit spacebar to go.
That's all right. And I do just enter to go to the next page. I mean,
Spacebar to go forward, backspace to go back.
oh gosh. Okay.
It should hopefully work. And then backspace to go back.
Space and back. Okay. Okay, if you guys are ready, I can start.
We are ready when you are. Please proceed.
Am I your last?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to keep things going. We are here till probably 5.
Okay. Well, I only have 15 slides.
Perfect.
So we'll see how quickly we can get through those. This is my first budget workshop, as you know. We've been around, or I've been around for almost 3 years. But because of the fully funded nature of the first part of the grant, I haven't had to come do this. So I hope I do okay, but you'll let me know what questions you have that I don't answer. And then procedurally, just so you know, the TIDC will have to create another resolution and grant paperwork like we did last summer. And I would have to bring that to you all at court to have you approve it. So there is another opportunity for me to answer questions very soon. So I'm going to start with just a roadmap. What I hope to get through is first to show you, especially you, Commissioner Chesney, the value to date that we have been able to bring by virtue of the cases that we have worked on, then our potential for the 2026 value, then a brief grant update just in what it was designed, the way it was designed and how that's working out. And then my favorite part, some innovative solutions that we've been able to work towards. And then finally, a budget summary. My budget part is pretty simple. It's basically an increase because you've never paid anything, and it would max out, it's around $355,000. That's 20% of the total grant
of the
budget.
Grant, right, yes.
That's right. Okay, so we'll start with the money. So you'll recall that even though I started in November of 2022, we received our first appointed case on May 3rd, 2023. And every year, the auditor creates an indigent defense expense report, which some of you have talked to me about being familiar with, that reflects the total amount that the county has paid on appointed cases. So you'll see for 2023, that number was $4.3 million, and the cases that paid for totaled 10,376. So that comes out to an average of $422 per case, which is terrible, by the way, having done court-appointed work. We handled 217 in that fiscal year. So between May 3rd, when we got our first case, and September 30th, we closed 217. So that is a value right there of $91,574 that you all did not have to pay private attorneys for handling court-appointed cases. In 2024, we had a full fiscal year. We were obviously still getting ramped up, and I would suggest that we are always growing and improving, but for that year, we handled 1,429 cases, and your fees went down a bit, but your case count went up. So I can't really explain that to you because that's all driven by what the judges pay on each case. But nonetheless, it brought the average down to $382. So that means that the value that we saved the county that year was $545,878.
And you know I'm going to ask, so can you show me in '24 where we actually saved that in attorney's fees from the district and county courts? Do you have that statistic? That would be the next column.
Grayson should have that.
Well, no, I mean,
Say it again, I'm sorry.
so if you're doing this analysis fully and you're articulating that we're saving 545,000, then we should see that in another line item, i.e., from the attorney's fees, we should have reduced 545,878 from the district courts, county courts to truly show a savings.
Do you mean like from their budget or?
Right. So in other words, if you're saying it's a savings, right, then their fees would have gone down, because that was the whole pitch on this back when we started this, was that if we do this, then our attorney's fees, ours being the judges, those attorney's fees, you're going to see a great reduction in attorney's fees because the public defender's office is going to be taking care of so many more of these and we won't be paying it out. So that would be my question.
That's what y'all get.
Well, that's what this is.
But
This
Grayson does a book at the end of the year, the auditor's office does, on
So
the
this is-
court-appointed attorneys, and this deduction should come off of that. This would be where
I'm
you would
asking.
see that.
And then we'd have to look at the historicals for what the court-appointed fees have been over time. I'll do that, and I'll get you something.
We get an annual thing every year.
No, I get it, but I'm saying, so that hadn't been done is the answer.
Well, it's really like proving a negative is what you're saying, because you can't predict the number of total cases from year to year. As you see there, it went up for 24. We don't know yet how many there will be in 25.
Well, that's your cases. In other words,
No, the total paid as well. So like in 23, there were 10,376 cases paid. Our number is not included in that. So you would add that to the 217 to get the total number that needed appointed cases. And the next year that went way up because it's 10,844 plus our 1429. And historically, I have those numbers that I can get to you, but I didn't bring them today. I have the numbers going back from 2013, I think, and there are some years where it goes down, so it goes up. So if you're not having to pay for the attorney fees on a particular case, that's not reflected somewhere except in the numbers that we are closing. So we report with Grayson as well. We turn in the numbers of closed cases in each court.
right, so.
in
so
October.
let me ask it another way.
Sure.
The 4,147,000, that was the total attorney's fees that Nueces County paid?
That's correct.
Okay. So tell me how you, in 23, the total amount of fees in Nueces County was 4,373,544 for less cases.
That's right.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out how you're saying we saved 545,000. We, Nueces County, because that's what the savings is. So I'm trying to figure out how you're. I get the math. You're just taking 382 times 1429, but that doesn't mean we saved it because.
Well, you would have had to pay for those 1429. You would have paid a private lawyer like Mr. Boterry for those 1,429 cases if we weren't here. So your fees would not have been 4,147,000. I'm estimating they would have gone up by 545,000 because the average fee you did pay on the ones you paid was $382. So those we didn't create the 1429 cases. Those came in like all the other court-appointed cases. We got appointed just like a private attorney does, but you're not paying us on a fee app per case.
Right, but eventually we're going to pay. What's your budget?
That's right.
What's your budget a year?
1.779. So in year 8, yes.
Right. So eventually we're going to pay 1.8. It's going to go up because people are going to have raises and they're going to have whatever because y'all get. So we're going to have. It's still going to cost us $1.3 million more if we just stay on this track than if we had just kept it where it was.
Well, maybe. You'll see. Be patient. Hold on. Okay, so this is the first analysis. And again, we don't know any 2025 numbers, but as of July 1st, we had closed 1,486 already for this year. And I just used last year's number because, again, we don't know what is being paid out yet. So for fiscal year 25, we're at 567, which is a total that you have not had to pay private attorneys just since we started a little over 2 years ago of 1.2 million. So if you'll recall, when I was here with you 3 years ago talking about this, we talked about the sort of banking the savings, just to have an idea of what you would have had to pay if we weren't here.
So, if I could, Your Honors, I just want to make a comment. Go back to your chart there. So I've been looking at this really closely, and you and I have met, and I'm hoping this program works. I really do. Because right now it's not costing the county any money. It's being fully funded by a grant, other than we furnish you some office space. But what may be skewing your numbers, because what I did is I went back and started looking at how many court-appointed attorneys we were having, and initially it looked like when this program started the numbers went down somewhat, but now they've begun to drift back up a little bit. And I wonder if some of that is a result of the fact that we're short-handed in our DA's office, and so we're having to depend on hiring outside attorneys where ordinarily we might not have had to do that. So I don't know that answer yet. I haven't had a chance to.
The DAs don't do anything on the court-appointed attorneys. I don't understand.
No, they're the other side of the equation. They're the prosecutors, we're the defenders.
Yeah, I didn't say that correctly.
Yeah, that's why I thought that was confusing.
So the court-appointed attorneys that you would normally replace, right?
The private practice on the wheel, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The judges appoint an attorney to represent somebody that, and if they don't have to, if they utilize your department and don't have to do that, then that's where the savings comes in.
That's right.
Okay. And so I'm curious as to why the numbers of court-appointed attorneys has begun to drift back up. Is it the fact that they're trying different cases and they think that they require a different kind of attorney, or?
Do you mean the number
That's
of?
how I meant to say it. They're using a different kind of attorney than what you're able to furnish for these particular cases.
Do you mean the cases paid are going?
Maybe they're more complex cases or something of that nature. It's the fact that we're.
He's just saying the overall attorney's fees are going up, right, Mike? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to ask you is why.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's like, why is everything going up? Crime, you heard from the DA's office, increases. We have a very poor population here, which was all part of the planning study that went into the pitch for this office. It talked about the poverty. When you have a high level of poverty, you have a high level of crime.
This is a 10-year grant?
It really was supposed to be 6, and it's going to be 7 because we stretched the first 2 into 3.
Well.
So it would be year 8 that the grant funding would stop.
And I guess to fairly evaluate this, we really need a couple of more years worth of data, I think. But the two things I'd look at that this should be impacting are the court-appointed attorneys we hire and the jail population. Mm-hmm. Both of those now have trended back up.
Agreed. And Mike, the thing that too, this isn't fully funded. You may have, because you weren't here when we did this.
Okay.
We paid 20. Our chunk this year is $365,000
okay.
that we added.
I thought the first 2 years were paid.
Yeah,
this
20,
coming year.
40, 60, 80. So
it increases every year.
Yeah. So we don't have 2 more years to analyze.
Okay, I got you.
We got to get a hold of this one quick.
Then I think that's a real key issue for me is because they've been sending us the jail population numbers, and they're not decreasing. So we're not getting more people out of this building, or out of the jail at least, because we've now added additional prosecutor. And I really hope this, I would really hoping this program would work because it's utilized all over the country. But for us, we have to, the proof's in the pudding, as you say. And the two numbers I think that should be impacted by this are now beginning to trend back up.
I agree with you. I will point out that we have not had to outsource the jail yet. I know he gets dangerously close every now and then, but you should know that our staff is at the jail every single day.
No, I understand. I don't doubt that you're making a stab at this. I just.
So go back to your page before, 1,400 cases, I believe, that y'all have cleared or something, 1,426. Maybe that's where we should focus. How many cases were tried and cleared by the other side or done? I mean, maybe those.
Well, that's the number in the second column or third column, really. We just don't have that for 25 yet because
Yes.
the year's not over. Grayson might be able to tabulate it.
Well, I was actually going to add a couple of things. So while I love the luxury for more time to analyze more years, it does look like we're saving year over year, about $300,000 at this time. However, there's 2.5 more months to go. So, for instance, last year by the end of July, we had paid, by the end of July, we had paid 1.882 out, and this year we've only paid 1.553. So there is some savings there. The other thing that could be increasing costs and
That factored in our cost that we're having to pay for the grant?
No.
Okay.
No, that's just the cost of that's what the district courts paid out. Sorry, so when we talk about, you wanted to talk about the district court savings, that's what the district courts paid out at that time. The other thing that could be considered is that we've implemented perfect apps, so attorney fee vouchers are no longer paper. So we're speeding through them. We're processing them way quicker. And so that means instead of things trailing for months, we're getting them done 3 to 5 days after we receive them if they're all good. So that could be a factor in this. I'll have to look further into that, though. It does look like we are saving.
Commissioner Modis had pulled me aside for a question, too. I think maybe we should get you to come up with some type of analysis on what this is costing us and maybe if you can come up with something that shows the more detailed. I mean, I think it's a great thing. I think really when you started this and when I've met with you several times and just seeing the cases, I really think having someone there that is going to the jail every day and meeting with those people, not just someone getting assigned and not meeting with them, really think it ought to be a department that they do every day. That a court-appointed attorney comes from here and walks over and does that. But we need this data if we can get these two offices, and you may have to meet with them and with Emily upstairs too or something, but to see the cases and try to get us something that proves this theory before. Yes.
And do you take just district court cases?
No, we take misdemeanors and felonies.
So did you add that on?
I did not.
Okay. And Grayson, here, let me just, I would ask you not to shoot in the dark. We've had that problem in the past. If you've got a number that you're sure of, great, but don't spit it out if you don't know it. And I'd rather wait and you give me a better number later, because then I'm gonna be really mad if you're way off on your numbers. So just because I don't want to get down that path like we had with our past auditor that really frustrated everybody. So if you know your numbers right, great, but don't just throw it out unless you darn sure know it's right, because it's out in the public, then that's the number that I get in my head, and then you come back and tell me, oh, shoot, my bad, then that's going to,
So with these, they're cursory, but I feel pretty confident that that's ballpark-ish. And
like
that's
that
why
doesn't include the county courts, right?
That does not include the county courts. We'll run those because we were just district courts. I'll pull those in as well. I'll send you a full report on it, though.
Yeah, that'd be great. And
I agree.
Okay, so looking forward to the rest of 25, based on just the average number of cases that we've been able to close per month, we're on track to reach 1,980 by the end of the fiscal year, which would raise that saved value to 756,000 for 25. So for 2026, down at the bottom, you see that At that same rate, we have the potential to clear more than 2,500 cases because we have not been fully staffed this entire year. So the amount that we've closed is being done with 2/3 of the number of attorneys that we are supposed to have. And we do expect 3 new lawyers to start within the next month. So
I have a question about that.
Sure.
You're fully staffed because I believe you are limited to how many cases you can take with this. What is your full potential?
Of
Fully
staff or
staffed, how many cases can you take? How many?
Well, TIDC has done a study and they have recommendations, and it's divided by misdemeanor and felony cases. We do a mixture, so it's really more of a hybrid. And this number, I would say, is probably the most that we could close, or that we should close. And we've been able to reach these numbers based on the economies of scale with the staff the support staff that we have, and quite frankly, the proximity. Being right here makes it easier for us to get to court, to get to the jail. So that's why we've been able to do more than most could in that span of a year. In addition to the case closures, other goals that we have are expand the data collection. That's what you guys are talking about. I agree. We have a case management system that helps us track not only what's happening in the cases, but the numbers and outcomes and all of that. But I would like to work more with that to show you, what the results are. And also, of course, what we're here for, maximize the effective client care that we're providing, and to continue some system improvements, which I'll talk about in a second. So for the grant update, you all know that this was intended to have first 2 years fully funded, but we were able to extend that money through the 3rd year. So you should not have to pay anything this fiscal year we're in, even though last year we thought you might have to contribute about $80,000. But losing staff is not a great thing, but it did push off your contribution. The 4-year step-down grant begins this coming fiscal year, and again, your maximum contribution based on whatever we spend, because it's a reimbursement, so your maximum would be $355,956 if we spend the whole $1,779,000. Down at the bottom, this is from the statement of the grant award. This was just what TIDC provided and the breakdown in the budget amounts that they gave me. So that's what I was following these last 3 years. Over to the right is again just an excerpt from the statement of grant award, which spells out the format we just talked about, the 2 years and then the 4-year step down.
And Dennis, does that include the 355? Does that include any, I guess it can't because you don't know if the court decides to give pay increases or increase lawyer whatever, then that would be more than that, right?
No, it would not. I've got that in a later slide I can show you.
Oh, okay. I'll let you get there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next is, goes to your question, Judge Scott, with the numbers. So you'll see that here the TIDC was anticipating that our office could close 2,850 cases per year, but that was with the recommendation that our office be twice the size that it is. So with half the allotted number of people, we've been able to produce at a level that will get us pretty close to that. So I thought that was very interesting. Next is the innovative solution. So I wanted to talk about this for those things that you can't really put a number to your point. This is value that I can't put in a chart, but it is really there. First of all, being in this unique position in the courthouse, almost in the room where it happens, almost at the table, I can see the system up close and personal from a defense perspective. You already had the prosecution in the building. You've got the judges. All the players are here except the defense bar. We come in one at a time to handle cases, except for with this format. And the format of a public defender's office is structurally designed to dig deeper. The proximity, as I mentioned, just being here makes a huge difference. Also, having the support staff and the infrastructure in place makes it much easier to manage our dockets. We're not doing it all alone, as I did when I was in private practice. The relationships that we've created with all the stakeholders fosters the collaboration that we use for improving the systems. And then the training and education that has been funded by TIDC so far has truly elevated our legal proficiency, especially within the complex mental health laws, and has exposed us to innovative solutions people are using in other jurisdictions. And we have considered and implemented some of those here. So I want to talk to you about a couple of case studies. First is Lenny. This is not his real name. That's what the asterisk means. And I want to point out to you Lenny's story to show you that relationships, education, and time are what would have made a difference in Lenny's case had we been on the case from the get-go. So to begin with, Lenny was, oh, the first one disappeared. So sorry. Okay, I remember. It was something like he was in jail for about 371 days. He was arrested, put in jail, court-appointed attorney the very next day. That attorney initiated competency proceedings pretty quickly, I think within a month or two of meeting Lenny, basically saying he's not legally competent, we can't move forward with his case. What that does is it puts a stay on the proceedings. You cannot have someone plead guilty, go to trial if they're not competent. So the next step is to have an evaluation by a doctor to determine whether he is legally incompetent or not. And that never happened in Lenny's case for whatever reason. He waited 371 days in your jail, and eventually the lawyer had him plead guilty. So he's put on probation with the probation department referring him to MHID because he had some clear mental health issues. And their evaluation of Lenny revealed that he was intellectually disabled since birth and had an IQ of 48. They were able to get his records all the way back to when he was 2 years old. So MHID and probation both reached out to myself and the DA's office and said, we don't think this man belongs on probation. This is not working. So essentially, to fast forward, our office got appointed and we went into court and began the research and the process, and eventually we were able to undo that plea, which is not an easy thing. I don't mean to trivialize that. But we undid that plea, and Lenny he stayed in contact with MHID. They hooked him up with services, and he's living in a group home where he should be. So if you do the math on the 371 days in jail before the plea and all the attorney fees that you paid to that attorney, that is a savings that we can avoid going forward because we know the mental health laws better. Oh, there it is. It popped up. Okay. So the next one, I guess I had done some transitions and didn't realize it. So sorry. Okay, next one is Charlie. So this one's much more egregious. So Charlie was arrested and attorney appointed pretty quickly. The formal misdemeanor charges were filed 90 days later. 436 days after his arrest, his attorney initiated competency proceedings. I want to point out here that he was charged with a misdemeanor, and the maximum sentence for a Class A misdemeanor is 1 year in jail. So he had already maxed out by the time these proceedings were begun. 29 days after the proceedings were initiated, the case was dismissed and Charlie was released with no plan. 18 days later, he was arrested again, an attorney appointed. This time it was a felony. It was, just so you understand, he went into a building without permission because he thought he owned the building. So it was a burglary of a building. The formal charges in that case were filed 80 days later, and that attorney initiated competency proceedings quicker than the first one. This time, he waited 491 days before being transferred to a state hospital for the competency restoration services, which is the normal procedure. And he goes to the hospital. He's there for 134 days, and those doctors conclude that he is not going to be restored. This is a permanent degenerative brain problem that is similar to dementia, which is why he thought he owned the building. And he does not belong in jail. He is not he's not a risk. So they recommended sending him back to Nueces County. He gets back to Nueces County, and he again sits in jail for 406 days. And this time, let's see, I can't see my last bit. Oh, he was released again, eventually, with no plan and no services connected to him. So, 41 days later, he had been free. He's then arrested for criminal trespass, for sitting on our bench right out here outside the courthouse in the middle of the night. Over the next month, he was arrested 11 times for that same thing. The reason it was 11 times is that he was given PR bonds because the jail recognized that he was not an issue. He was, he did not need to be in the jail. And the DA's office knew they weren't going to prosecute him for the criminal trespass. But as soon as he got back to the bench, CCPD would drive by and pick him up and put him back in. It is much like a gerbil wheel where you feel like you can't get off. So this is when our office got appointed. We got appointed towards the beginning of these 11 arrests, I believe. So we saw that this was a problem, but he was out of jail sometimes before we could even meet him. So eventually there was one time in there where he stayed for about 9 days. So we got to him and realized, there's something amiss here, and did the research into his prior cases. So then I go to COC here, and let me explain that real quick. So continuity of care is in the Health and Safety Code, and it gives us the ability to visit with stakeholders about our clients without worrying about HIPAA or the confidentiality. So I have a COC meeting at the jail every month with MHID, the jail admin, the sheriff is usually there too, and the behavioral health, Wexford, and the healthcare over at the jail. We sit there every month and we go through problem cases to see what we can come up with for solutions. It's really my clients that we're talking about, our office's clients, but sometimes these stakeholders ask me questions, like what should happen in this particular case. So we got to talking about Charlie and put all our heads together and realized, what had happened before should not happen again. So what happened was he got approved for a grant that MHID has for a long-acting medication which would help him remain stable. It does not cure his brain injury, but it helps him remain stable. So he was administered that medication while he was in jail, and we came up with a plan for him, and he was released after 48 days and went to Pathways, which is a respite center run by MHID. And he stayed at Pathways while they got him approved for benefits, and then they got him placed in a permanent care facility. And he has now been out of your jail for 230 days. So the point here is that having us in the courthouse, having us educated well with the mental health laws, and having us connected with all of these mental health stakeholders will make a much bigger difference for you long term than not having us. These continuity of care meetings that I've had every month next door have just been so revealing. The first interesting thing was we realized we all spoke a different language. The mental health folks have their own acronyms and they talk in different terms than the jail medical folks than I talk. And so we've taught each other these different languages, and we're able to work together better now that we understand the roles that we each play. One of the other things, and Ms. Dorsey was part of this creation. I don't know that we've been able to use it yet, but we've learned about a tool called court-ordered medication. And this specifically was something that I learned about at a training that I'd never heard of before, and came back and talked to Judge Hassett, and she said, oh, let me show you something. So she had received a bill from the state hospital in Vernon, Texas, where one of our not our clients, but one of Nueces County's clients was receiving competency restoration services. And that hospital was trying to give the client medicine because that's the first step in competency restoration, and the client refused. So the law allows a court to order the medicine to be forced if necessary, but it compels the person, they have to take it. But if it's done at the state hospital, they can bill the county of origin for various fees, for the medicine, for the ad litem attorney that is appointed. And so Judge Hassett's question was, if we're paying an attorney in Vernon, Texas, why don't we do that here? And I said, exactly. I just learned that we could be doing this here at my training. And the bottom line is, you know, if I have a client, I have a number of them right now in the jail that that they're so psychotic that I cannot communicate with them, but they're so psychotic that they will not agree to take medicine. They're going to sit there waiting on a state hospital bed for 400 and some odd days because of that. But the law allows us to go through this process for the compelled medicine, which will stabilize them quicker, and then they could even participate in the jail-based restoration services and possibly never go to the state hospital. So we have seen some success with the jail-based competency, and it only works if people agree to the medicine. But now that we know how to do the court-ordered meds, we actually took a field trip to Galveston, the jail folks and Mr. Granberry and I, to see how they do this process. And it seems like it will be very beneficial. We're waiting on the doctor to identify people, and I actually won't be part of the process, but Jenny's office will be, and it could really help clear out some of these folks that are basically living there because they're waiting on a state bed. And the last thing on this is the competency docket, and I'm really super excited about this. Again, at a training, I learned that you know, what we do right now is we have the 8 district courts that all have cases that people have been found incompetent, and they're waiting on a bed, or they've come back like Charlie and nobody really knows what to do once they get back. Well, part of the problem is the cases are common, but they're not common enough for most lawyers and most judges and the judges' staffs to become proficient in how to process these cases. So I suggested with my team centralizing all the competency cases in one court. And Judge Bobby Galvan has agreed to do that because he already has a mental health docket that we help with. And all the judges are going to essentially, they're going to allow him to oversee any case that goes through the competency proceedings. And we have volunteered to handle all of those cases. So if a court-appointed lawyer has one and they are willing to withdraw, they can. They'll be paid for the time they've already spent, but then we'll take it home from there. That should start here in the next month or so.
You've got about 3 minutes.
Okay. So I think we're at budget now. So this is the salary question, Commissioner Chesney, you asked about. And these are just, the one on the left is the original TIDC breakdown of how the total budget would be subdivided. The total number there is at the bottom. On the right is where I have made some internal changes. Again, not the top line, but moving more money into salaries so that I can absorb any sort of increase that the court ends up voting for without having to ask TIDC for more money. TIDC is okay with this. I've talked to them regularly, and they support higher salaries, so they are obviously very supportive of us moving things around just to help with that. So you see the numbers there. Also, their subject matters that they've divided things into are a little bit different than the counties. I've had to I can explain that to you at another time if you are interested, but for example, the contract services, the 30,000, that includes all those things under it, whereas the county has those things divided into separate categories. Okay. And then I will show you that TIDC actually did a salary study last year. They completed it, and this is where we fall currently in the statewide survey that they conducted. So we are 50th percentile and below. I've highlighted the trial defenders, the social service personnel we have, investigator, and our admin. And what TIDC recommends is that we be either at or between the 50th and 75th percentile. And you see that presumptively approved as reasonable. What that means is if, Commissioner Chesney, if y'all, gave a 5-step increase to every position, and I can't absorb that, then TIDC would presumptively approve an increase in our grant funding to help with that, because it's so important that we retain our current employees and that we're able to recruit with competitive salaries. So what they're recommending is looking between the 50th and 75th percentile. And because of that, I did work up different scenarios based on what you all may consider. And we can absorb an increase, including what the DA's office recommended. I would have to move a little bit more training money, but I'm okay with that. Otherwise, we could do the 1-step increase across the board.
We have the rest. We have everything in our packets. I'm sorry, but
No,
we've
that's
got
it. That's the
more
last slide.
presentations after
You got it.
I know we started late and we added people in the middle of it, so this is on us, not you, and the questions. But thank you very much. Yes, we appreciate it. Crystal, you are going to be up next. So.
Hopefully, it just disconnects me. No problem.
So we be excused, Your Honor.
You are done. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Yes.
Jimmy, I don't think there's anything that excuses you, but you can leave. That's for sure.
No, there never has been.
Good point, Commissioner. Okay, Crystal, we have been here all day, so
yes,
try to get our attention, if you will.
Yeah. So just one page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make it exciting.
Yes, I just have one page for you all. I know I send these monthly stats to you and the judge and commissioner. So good afternoon. I'm going to do this really quick.
Thank you.
So I'm requesting for the law library $5,000 for increase. As you'll see, our statistics on there that our circulation at the law library has increased from 1,400 for items borrowed there. So just an increase in our law library for books. So you see that. And then for our county library, for our security, we want to increase that to 3,500, so that'll be an increase to 30,000 due to our programming statistics that you see on there and our programming attendance. And if y'all saw our summer school summer reading challenge, actually, we have a lot of students coming in from different school districts. I sent that to y'all in your email, so hopefully y'all see that. If not, I can gladly give that to you on paper as well. But you'll see on those stats too, you have April and June, so the increase in that. You'll see those statistics are from July 18th, I believe. I think I gave you the June one. So you'll see those statistics on there on the summer reading challenge on there as well. And then how many people come into the library, 25,000, but total to all of our branches is 30,000. So all I am is requesting 3,500 for security, and then that's it. All the other ones are just balancing out our different key codes.
So no changes in salaries, anything, just?
I just have reclassifications on titles, so it's just a title change for the positions, no increase in salary.
Thank you.
Because of our programming, all the economic development going on in there, and then our different programmings and all the kids coming in and patrons coming in from all the Nueces County. And that's my presentation.
Oh, you are good. Thank you very much.
Just
Yes.
one question real quick.
Quick
So
question, sorry.
I like how you show the registered card holders, the breakdowns per precinct, but in looking at that out of the district, so that's 2,100,
Yes.
2,156. So that's outside Nueces County then?
Yes. So that includes, off the top of my head, Kingsville, Mathis, Portland, Ingleside. That's as far as so some of it will go that those residents come in. Those are some of the homeschool families that use our facility as well. And also just people that come in to use Nueces County because I guess as you can say, that area is the crossroads area within Ralphstown, and as it's growing more out there in the Calallen area, Driscoll, Banquete, Agua Dulce, and of course that area, Tesla's out there, so you'll see a lot of families coming in to come see Nueces County.
I know Robstown ISD is trying to engage more of a summer program. How big of an impact has that had on you? Do you see a decrease? Has it been overall a collective increase for everyone? Because I know that they before didn't really necessarily have a summer program. It kind of more relied on you, I think, at some point, and now it seems like it's become more robust.
So different school districts do summer reading challenge. I know the school librarians are doing it, but we as catering to everybody in Nueces County, we have seen an increase in Robstown ISD, Calallen ISD, TM, as far as also Port Aransas. They'll come out to out there, homeschool families out there in Precinct 4, and then just along 624, a lot of homeschool that will come in, but an increase in Robstown ISD. We really do a really good collaboration out there involving our parks, involving Elim Parks from Precinct 2 to Precinct 3. We'll also sometimes go out there to Hazel Baysmore since there is an Eagle Eye Watch, so we'll do a story time out there since we'll do outreach. But that's mainly on our positions. We also thank all the departments when we go out to outreach to educate all the community about what the county does, especially with us coming up the 250th American. We're going to do a lot of outreach to educate the county, school districts as well, what the county government does as well. And I know y'all do that here, but out there we like to just showcase the library and different county departments that do, sheriffs, county auditor, county clerk's office voting process. So that's what we want to showcase this coming year, but to educate the different school districts, especially Robstown ISD, Banquete ISD, and Agua Dulce ISD.
Any way to capture the count of people who are using, is it with the story walk trails?
I do have that number. It doesn't count on there. I have it on another stat sheet that we have due to the Barbara Bush Houston Literacy Foundation that y'all just passed yesterday. We have been keeping count, and I provide those stats to them, but I could also provide those stats to you. And because we've done that at the Oscar Ortiz Park, we're also doing it at the Sunrise Story Pond that will count. So it's a QR code that people can go in and see, but we've seen an increase at both parks, I would say walking trails.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a nice little park being built nearby as well.
Yes, that park will be being built. So that's where we're seeing increase. We see Oil Belt using the facility at the fairground, so that's very good. It attracts everyone out there. They know about the facility. Good. They're continuing to learn more about the library out there, which we do and educate, and we get great compliments from the people. They use the city of Corpus, but we do have to educate them. We are a county library and we facilitate, and that you commissioners are in charge of our budget, and that we greatly appreciate y'all's support, each and every one of y'all, and then the increase with the playground out there, and then come and use and also see the story walks and then the parks use out there. So like tomorrow we are doing our picnic at the park. At the Oscar Ortiz Park, so we'll be doing our summer reading challenge. Participants to invite them out there to join us from 10 to 12. So we'll do a celebration for them reading and encouraging their literacy components and increasing their education.
It sounds like fun. Can we do that instead of a boring budget workshop tomorrow?
You can join on Zoom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your work out there too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And JJ De La Cerda, you are up next. We are at the almost end of our day.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the budget. I'd like to talk about the Veterans Cemetery first, if that's okay.
Sure.
That's the Department 13970. Again, this is fully funded by the state of Texas, the General Land Office, Veterans Land Board.
This particular year, we asked for an increase in budget. Normally, it's a $900,000 contract that we have with them as far as budget. This particular year, I talked to Dr. Kelly and the Veterans Land Board and requested more funding for salaries. That being, it's hard to retain employment out there, especially when the staff is being paid $15 an hour, our lowest levels. They can go to McDonald's and get paid just as much to be in the AC. But our boys are out there, setting headstones, doing burials, maintaining the cemetery. And so I felt that we needed to fight to keep them, keep quality workers out there. So they allowed us another $45,000 in budget this particular year. And it'll continue growing as we need. But we did get another $45,000 for the cemetery. So in total.
Are you included in that?
No, man.
Salary
I'm fighting for the staff out there. Yeah. So, but again, they did allow that, another $45,000, a 5% increase. And they're fully on board. So we hope to get all the staff out there at the cemetery a 5% increase so we can retain them. But that's a good positive thing. We are working also on top of the budget because there's the money that comes from the state of Texas, the Veterans Land Board, through the form of the contract and the budget. But any big items like the expansion project that we just did, that was a $10 million project. That's outside of the funding that's provided to the county. We're also working to do a roadway project there at the cemetery. That's another $80,000 that the state is funding. There's more projects that we have in line that do not affect county at all as far as the budget. So,
well, did the fencing, you did the trees, you'll do all kinds of, you've done all the monuments,
yes,
the things that it's been very impressive.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
Did you have a question, Commissioner? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just stretching. Sorry.
Yes, sir. So everything cemetery related is going very well as we've expanded our ceremonies as well. So everything is going really well. So I think we're good on the cemetery side for now. Okay. I did want to also discuss 12750, and so we're asking a little bit more in budget. And in fact, we didn't have a budget line item for food and kitchen expenses. We're asking for $1,000 this year in 5220. So that we can have some cushion there, because we have the Texas Veterans Commission, the Funds for Veterans Assistance Grant, the Veteran Grant, and sometimes those vouchers, a veteran may go out to HEB and buy something that's not allowable, and that's something that we've kind of curtailed since we took over, since we did the merger in October. We've only had one instance where they didn't come through, and the state would not reimburse. But we want to have insurance there. We want to make sure we have budget in order to cover those expenses if they come. But again, we've reduced that almost completely. We only had one case.
Before it was happening a lot.
Quite often.
We were stuck at the end where we have to pay for it. They've already picked it up and gone home. So,
yes, ma'am. So like I said, we asked for $1,000 in food and kitchen expense. Just in case that comes up, at least we have some money in the budget to cover. Mm-hmm. Another thing we did ask for was telephone expenses and utilities. Again, that's under the Veterans Grant. If there's a utility that we cover or that we pay for and the state comes back and not wanting to cover it for whatever reason, at least we have that insurance in the budget.
How much is that? How much are you asking in
$1,000, Judge.
$1,000 also?
Yes, ma'am. We did also add, of course, the pickup truck that we had donated by Mike Shaw, another donor that wishes to remain anonymous. We have that 2024 Toyota Tundra pickup truck. We did also get a 16-foot double tandem trailer donated to our department. And then we purchased a 53-foot semi-truck trailer with ARPA funding, thanks to Commissioner Chesney and Commissioner Mattis for the Wreaths Across America ceremony. So those are in fact, Nueces County items or capital equipment. We wanted to request an additional $600 just in case we have a flat tire. We know a semi-truck trailer tire, is expensive. So we wanted a little bit more cushion there to have $1,000 in total proposed budget. So we asked for an increase of $600 there. Professional services. So ever since the merger, we did actually incorporate or actually trained the social services staff to do veteran services now. So instead of having one veteran service officer, we now have 4 that are certified and accredited by the state of Texas and the Veterans Affairs, the feds. So in doing so, in order for us to continue doing claims, as we call them in the veteran world, there is a software, it's called VetPro, that we use in order to do the claims. It expedites our claim time, and it gets the claims to the VA digitally, which is a lot faster for all of us. And it provides a better service for the veteran. So we asked for an additional $1,000 in order for all 4 of the VSOs. It's $495 per software, per license. We need 4. So we asked for an additional $1,000 so that each and every VSO can have the software so we can get that going. Other services, which is 5410, we did ask for $2,000, and that's just in case there's any non-reimbursable. So anything, again, that the vet grant does not cover that the state may kick back, we just want to have an insurance fund there in case anything's not approved. But again, we've curtailed that tremendously, 99%. We will continue doing that, but we just want to have insurance there in the budget just in case this pops up. Travel and mileage, that's another thing that I asked for $1,000 because all of our 4 VSOs, we need to travel once a year. And we actually, we have 2 VSOs traveling next week to Denton, Texas. We have to have accredited hours in order to maintain our accreditation. And it has to be a minimum of 12 hours. There's a conference that's held every year by the state of Texas, and that's where we get our accreditation hours. So in order for all 4 VSOs to get that accreditation done, I asked for $1,000 so that we're completely covered for the travel expenses. So in total, that would be $4,000 in the proposed budget. It's an addition of $1,000 this year.
And that's the only place once a year you can get that? You
Yes,
have to
ma'am.
schedule for that one conference?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am. I know it's
No other option.
not rational. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So again, and it allows us to network with the other VSOs and
Oh,
see what they're
lots
doing as well, see what works in winning a claim. So it really does help.
Schedules, illness, I mean,
Yes,
it was
ma'am.
like, what do you do when you can't make that one conference? Do you
Well, we
lose
schedule-
your accreditation?
We schedule with TVC in Austin, and they can do a one-on-one.
Oh,
But when
okay.
we can just knock it out, and we network and we get the hours that we need, it's a lot easier for all of us. Yes, ma'am. So that's it for the actual total. Actually, let me just, there's one other thing that I wanted to mention. I did ask for a position, and I know we had discussed this last year. It was an ARPA-funded position. It was a caseworker 2 position. I did ask for $44,116 to retain that position, if possible. We've learned, and I don't know if Ms. Teresa gave you the breakdown of man hours that we put together. If not, I can give this to you right now. But let me pass this out, actually.
Thank you, sir.
So this position you're talking about, didn't I help fund the position last
Yes,
year?
sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
And it was a one-time, one-year thing?
Yes, sir.
Because it was ARPA funded?
Correct,
So
sir.
that's what this ask is about?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'd like to keep this position, keep that worker. We've learned that our burials, if you look there, we've had 122 cases since the merger. Each burial takes about 4.5 hours, man hours, to do. You multiply that's a lot of man hours in burials alone. So I've kind of broken this down for you based on the program that we do and the man hours it takes to get these done. And I was conservative with it. I didn't exaggerate it. I wanted to make sure that I give you the correct hours. It's a lot of work that actually comes with this casework that I didn't even realize that these social workers do. But there's a lot of investigative work that they do behind the scenes. They work with the sheriff's department. They work with the ME's office. They work with any and other agencies to determine whether this person is a pauper's burial, if it's a pauper's burial, or if not, if they have family, we look for the family. We have to contact the families. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that actually carries with this. And so with the burials alone, it's a big ask with the number of staff that we have on board right now. The TVCF Veterans Funds for Veterans Assistance Grant, that's the grant that we help with mortgage, rent, utilities, food, and transportation for our veterans. That takes 3 man hours per caseload. We did 340 cases this year, and that's a total of 1,020 man hours. Again, that's conservative. I didn't want to, overdo it. Claims. So ever since we merged, prior to the merger, we did about, when I was doing claims alone, I was doing maybe, I would say, 50 to 75 claims a month. Since the merger, since we had the VSOs certified and accredited, we've increased that to 250 claims per month. We've really done some damage in helping our veterans. So it really helps our veterans and getting the need that getting them the help that they need to fight the VA for these benefits. And the beauty of the claims is that we don't help them on a one-time basis. We get them that win, and that helps them for the rest of their life because they get a check from the VA every month for the rest of their life. So it's a huge thing that we're helping veterans with. phone calls. We get we get so many phone calls every day. We put that on there for you. Ceremonies, we've actually taken on a lot more ceremonies. We have the Field of Honor. We've got wreaths, of course, which you help us with as well. Flag for Flag, we partner with Chris Six. And then resource fairs, we do the Veterans Roundtable. We've kind of taken lead on the Veterans Roundtable. And then we do the radio show every weekend. So there's a lot of ceremonies and events that we do, and we're actively out there. We're actually working now to partner with other departments, like the Public Library in Robstown, Scott's department, the Inland Park, actually the coastal parks. So we're going to get help out to the rural communities and those communities to get veterans help that they need. So we're going to use those facilities. We're going to travel out there and do claims and do all the social work as well. We're also going to work with RTA. This is a new thing that we're going to call VSO on the go. We're working with the RTA to use their bus transit. We're going to have a VSO on the buses to travel up and down to help our veterans do claims right there on the spot. So it's a new program that we're creating to reach every single veteran across the county, and we'll be launching that next month. So we're very active, and of course we do a lot with the Veterans Cemetery. We have the workers out there, which is 12 workers, but a lot of us in the office touch the cemetery. I'm out there 3 times a week inspecting the cemetery, and then we have people paying bills and handling phone calls, helping with everything we can. But so every single person in our department is touching both the social services side and veteran services side. And that's the beauty of what we've done, what you've actually done in merging the department together. I think we've knocked it out pretty well. But I feel that keeping this position would really, really help us continue going. So if possible, it's $45,000. We'd really like to keep her. We'd really like to, and we really need her. I wouldn't be asking you if it wasn't a need. So.
Thank you.
But that's all I had, Judge and Commissioners, as far as the budget. If there's any questions, I can answer those.
I was at the, my wife and I went to a prayer service Monday night. Read his obituary yesterday during court. My wife's uncle also passed away, a veteran as well. And that ceremony was yesterday. I appreciate once again the court for allowing us to recess so I could attend his service at 11.
Yes, sir.
And you have a professional, courteous staff who are there who
Thank you,
made
sir.
a time of difficulty just very pleasant, and just the honorable sacred ground that it is. Just has me convinced that you are working as conservatively as you can with your budget, and that you are only asking for what you need.
Yes, sir.
So that you have me at that, and not because it was family or friends who happen to be now buried side by side.
Yes, sir.
Because I know you just go in order. But also on the social services side, I had and I'll talk more about it when we have an actual burial. But I had a family member, very close family member, who'd been separated from our family for 30 years. Lost on the streets into addiction and other issues. And so it was social workers out of Bexar County that helped make a connection after that family member was discovered and had been passed for several weeks now. And so reached out to my family, and it impacted my family very greatly. And so we're still dealing with that. And so, just the work that the social workers do, and the fact that at the time it seemed like, what are we doing as a court to combine these services? But the fact that you're cross-trained now, because it's not just individuals who are non-veterans, but veterans who also happen to be on the streets,
Yes, sir.
unconnected, the unaccompanied veterans that you honor. You just had one recently again.
Yes, sir.
All of those things that are combined into this one department, and to hear that many of your social workers are now being cross-trained to help support you and the work you're doing, I was scratching my head like, what were we doing last year, right? Like, I didn't want to see the cuts, but they were what they were. We decided as a court to make them happen. But the fact that you have married the two together and they're working so seamlessly just goes to show that we have a good model here for other communities to learn from, and to hopefully follow the same as well. So just personally, I've been impacted by the services that you provide, not only for people that we know here in the county, but similar services outside the county that just are a testament to, budgets are a reflection of what your priorities are in your community.
Yes, sir.
And so we must, we all love our veterans and we want to help those who are in need in our community, but we got to help support that with this budget. So I hope that we will. I know that we will. We'll work hard to find the money needed. But when you have all of these different services and all of these different groups that are helping you, how can we not say, yes, let's commit to that caseworker that we were fortunate enough to fund for 1 year and 1 year only,
Yes, sir.
and continue to have that worker there. We're doing more with less compared to a year ago.
I
And
agree,
so
sir.
I hope that we can continue to live up to that, because it's very important for our communities that are unhoused, that are in need of services, to be connected with resources, and also, of course, most importantly, our veterans.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for that, Commissioner. And on the Veteran Cemetery side, I will say that we try really hard to make sure we do things right, especially since we have one opportunity to get it right, right? We don't do redos on burials. We have one opportunity to get it right. And so that's our benchmark. That's our line right there. We got to make sure we do things right the first time and the most professional. So we appreciate those comments, Commissioner, because we try really hard to make sure the families are taken care of. On the social worker side, I will tell you that I do agree with that. When you did this through Commissioner's guys, I said, well, how am I going to figure this out? But I will say that it was a smooth transition, because veteran services, when we do claims, it's almost like we're doing social work. And so it marries in a weird way, and it actually works very well when they're cross-trained. And the veteran community has accepted and embraced these social workers. And that's hard to do, because the veteran community is about, I want a veteran taking care of me. And so we've broken through that line, and they've accepted it and they've embraced it. So we appreciate it greatly.
Great job.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions, Judge and Commissioners?
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Edward, you're up whenever you get ready.
Man, those are hard acts to follow, especially the needs for the law enforcement and the needs for the judiciary and all that. But that's one side of y'all's coin. So what I'm talking about in our presentation is the other side. So it's the children, the youth, the people, the seniors that use our facilities, that use our community centers. And so that's what we're trying to do. So I'm going to start with the inland parks. So we're trying to get back to the levels that we were when we had started, back before we had to cut, because we had to cut. And this is just a smaller attempt to get back to there. You know, it's going to be steps before we get to that point. So what we're doing here is we're asking for a little bit of additional equipment. Some of these costs are going to be because of the increased cost, and as you know, stuff's gotten more expensive. It's gotten fuel's gotten more expensive, and the need for vehicles, or the maintenance on the vehicles, has gotten more expensive. So those are things that we're trying to address here. We're also trying to address the needs for our pools and our splash pads. So you know, those are big deals. We haven't been running them too much because of the lack of water.
Yes, thank you.
Doing really well at Parker Pool. It's a community staple out there. Our group, the Friends of Aquatics, have done us really well. The improvements we've made to the facility have cleaned up a lot of our problems. So we've got those needs, a lot of those needs taken care of.
Did you find the staff last year that we gave you that was going to have to take care of it was a pretty specific person, because there were reports that have to be maintained and stuff?
So we've
regulations.
actually trained one gentleman. His name is Ben. He's actually working right now at the airport. So he's going to be our guy once we start.
Going to be? He wasn't it before we rolled him for a short time. Sorry.
Yeah. So
we'll get him back hopefully.
No. I mean, he's learning. Like I told Commissioner, it's a good opportunity for our staff to expand their knowledge base, to learn how to be, because I'm not going to be here forever. Sly and my supervisor are not going to be here forever. So somebody needs to step up, and this is a good opportunity for him to step up. So excuse me, I need to take off my glasses because.
Are you getting emotional, or are you going to cry? You okay?
No, my eyesight has gotten to the point where
my
eyesight's gotten to the point where
Use
So-
glasses for far away.
My glasses for far away, but I used to be able to see like right here without my with my
I'll say
glasses
we're
on. And
not
I
older
just,
than you.
so we're looking for increase in fixtures, splash pads as the $15,000 base budget increase due to vehicle repairs, another $5,000. Base increase due to fuel costs is $6,000. We want to increase our supplies and materials cost at $25,000. That's in building maintenance and grounds, and this goes towards some of the things that we got planned. We'd like to do some tire cleanups. We'd like to do some, and it's not just for our parks, but for our communities. We're working with a grant with Commissioner Pusley right now that we're trying to set up to do a tire cleanup in Banquete. So that's something that we'd like to go back to doing. We do a lot of brush cleaning, and we do a lot of garbage collection sites. Those are for the community. They help out in keeping the stuff from getting out to the streets. And it helps it from getting into our parks, because notoriously our parks are some of the dumping areas where, so we try to get to it before it gets to us. We're looking at additional cleanups all through the county. We want to go to a Texas Parks and Wildlife clinic. And then we've got a Kubota excavator and a Nifty lift is what we're looking for as far as capital items. We also have
Two different pieces of equipment.
two different pieces of equipment. One's a high lift to get us to the lighting structures, because a lot of our ball fields and stuff have to be relamped. And then the
And
other,
we do that? We don't just hire that out?
what we generally do, and Commissioner knows this, is that we get our partners, our community partners, to help us out. So, say for instance, in the city of Robstown community, in the Ortiz Park, we get the city of Robstown to come out and bring us their lift trucks when they're available, so that they can help us relamp the lights.
Relamp, is that like light bulbs?
Light bulbs.
Thank you. Okay. It's like, this isn't like the first install. Yes.
Yeah. So, and it's going to go towards our new, like, we work well with the Veterans Association, and we work well with the libraries, and we work well with the law enforcement, because we help support each other throughout our different initiatives. So the walkways with the reading, the walkways with the events are very well. So in our community services side, we serve approximately 365 seniors a day. We transport about 3,000. We serve about 75,000 meals a year. About 48,000 of those go to the homebound. This is in 1490. In both cases, we do emergency management. So we end up doing a lot of the heating shelters, the cooling shelters, emergency management, wherever we've come to take on that task. And the guys are all trained to do it. They've all taken their 100s to 300s, the basics at least. So they're all trained in the what we need for them to be able to do. So we're asking for, I think, two-step increase. I know, Judge, that you're looking at it something broader. So we're willing to work with what your vision is. So we really appreciate.
We have appreciated all of our departments and employees hanging with us the last 2 very difficult years. So we are hoping to be able to do something very different this year. Yes.
So we too also have a driver that we lost through the budgeting process that we would like to get back. Currently, there used to be the Driscoll driver. It's about a 33K position. They were there prior, and then we got the grant, and we're lucky that we have it. So that's what's filling in that. But we know that grant's going to go away in 2026. So we'd like to kind of get that position back. And then we have a no cost. We're just trying to reclassify custodian position to an operations clerk, to where they can fill in where we need to fill them in, and not just be maintenance. Our biggest need is we have about 11 vans, but 10 out of the 11 vans, 5 of them are 10 years or older. So we would like to kind of replace those. Those are our biggest need right now.
We've heard that a lot, and we're already going to
Yeah,
have a
so-
presentation from the purchasing department on vehicles and that.
And we understand the priority needs to be law enforcement, so, we're good with the decisions that were made. But some of the improvements to the Joaquin Villarreal Center that's in Robstown, it's an old building. It's been there since I've been there, and I've been here about 37 years. So the south side wall, the center, the handicap doors, we need to be redone. The front entrance with the ramp wall is detaching, so we need to get that restuccoed and reinstalled. The plumbing needs to be kind of snaked out, redone. A lot of interior painting because the building is used for both the public and the seniors on a daily basis, and we need to redo the parking lots. Driscoll Center, that building is being rebuilt now, so thank y'all, thank the court for pushing that agenda so that we can rebuild that one. Commissioner Pusley has been with us out there. He wants to do interior paint, some sealer tire replacement in the Berlanga Center. Again, chairs need to be replaced and maintenance on the main entrance door. In Bishop, we need to do AC replacement on the exterior units. So that's about a $50,000 deal. And then interior paint and banquete. So with that, those are the big asks that we have.
Any questions?
Can we get a copy of the capital items because they're not included?
Yes.
You get them. Thank you.
I think we're good. Thank you very much, Edward. We appreciate it. Yes. And you are up, Public Works, Mr. Pimentel. Last one of the day.
Judge and Commissioners, good afternoon. Yolanda's going to go through our budget for Road and Bridge and also for the building budget. But before I get started, Judge and Commissioners, and Yolanda take over, I do want to mention that in our Road and Bridge, we maintain over 750 miles worth of roads. That's 750 miles worth of roads with our staff that we have. Our staff has decreased from the past 2 years because, Judge, we know we try to maintain and we try to keep up with the maintenance out within our roadways. And if you multiply that times 2, that's how many times we have to mow the yard. Right now, we have 6 mowers that are mowing the yard. We try to mow the 750 miles probably in a 1 year's time.
This is the right-of-ways, the roads?
The road
Yes,
right-of-way. Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. How many employees do you have in staff on Road and Bridge?
Approximately between, I'm going to say 70, 60 to 70, Judge.
How many openings?
So openings, we have approximately about, and I don't want to lie to you, Judge, and the Commissioners, I'm going to estimate maybe 8, somewhere in that area, or less than 8.
For Road and Bridge or everything?
Road and Bridge,
Road and
Commissioner.
Bridge.
Yes, sir. So right now, I think the majority of them are probably a truck driver one, some truck driver ones, and heavy equipment operators. But and going back to the mowing, Judge, I know that now we're going to include the detention facilities that were just constructed. Those have to be mowed, maintained.
That's one thing that we all need to keep in mind. All of these things, that, just like Edward said in his last presentation, these splash pads and things, we didn't take into account any of this stuff when we built these things, that there's maintenance and requirements that go on these now that we have these.
Yes, ma'am. And some of those, now with the fencing, it's going to require a lot of weed eating, a lot of cutting, a lot of mowing, and those type of facilities have to be maintained on a weekly basis versus us on a roadway that we maintain them once a year or twice a year.
Why a weekly?
Because of the growth, Judge. I mean,
If
and
we get rain.
Yes. Well, plus there's going to be water and stuff like that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So it's up to keep it upkeep and make sure that it looks nice. I mean, even though it's a detention facility, we still want to make sure that it looks nice and be clean.
Neighborhoods.
Yes, ma'am. They're on the neighborhoods, Judge. So those are the 2 items that we are items that we're gonna have to probably include in our budget to have staff that we don't have, that we're going to include as additional mowing and cutting within our right of way. But I'll let Yolanda go through our budget. Yolanda.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I guess I'll start with the road and bridge. We did have requesting some increase in our overtime to help us to keep our comp time down from all our employees. So we have 25,000 right now that was budgeted. We're just asking for another 10,000 for overtime, and we're asking for an increase in office supplies for just to keep our operational needs are met. That 20,000 also covers the capital assets less than the 5,000. So that is all bunched up together. So if we request TVs or any type of security, that falls under the office expenses. We're also asking for increase in our for our cell phone services. We do have a lot of field staff that has cell phones, so we could reach them during events when we have emergencies out in the field.
They don't have cell phones right now?
Some do. I guess what we try to issue them to more like the foreman, the assistant foreman, the crew leaders, the people that we need to reach. So that kind of increased a little bit on the cell phone service. And we're also increasing at least 20,000 for maintenance of repairs and vehicles and tools. All that cost has gone up somewhat. In prior, we've done exceeded. We usually get about 395,000. We're just looking for 20,000 just to keep up with all the repairs of our, especially for our heavy equipment. The cost has really gone up in repairing our heavy equipment. And also we're asking for an increase in our materials. Our material costs, a lot of the new contracts are up for bids. The costs kind of stayed the same, but when we try to order our aggregate rock for the construction of roads and for the seal coating, that's usually like $90 or $92 a ton. And we order 10,000 tons. That pretty much takes up our whole budget. So we usually try to order all our materials at the beginning of the year. That way we know what we have for the rest of the year. And the materials, it includes all the rock, all the signs, any contract services that we do for the roads and the bridges. That 1.7 includes all that. And then we're asking for, I'm sorry?
The capital outlay.
Oh, and then I guess our main thing is our capital outlay. We're asking for your consideration for allocating some capital money this fiscal year. For the last 2 fiscal years, we haven't really had any capital, and we are in need to replace heavy equipment.
These are not quite a bit of equipment with the ARPA money, though. I mean, I know you said we didn't give it in capital outlay, but we gave ARPA money. For equipment.
that ARPA money was 2 years ago. Yeah. We did get what we needed: the vacuum truck. We got the mowers and the grade-offs, and those are being used. And these are vehicles that are at least 14 years old. They've already exceeded their years. No, excuse me, the hours of service. These are not wants; they're actually needs. I gave Teresa a list of the priority. We are asking 1.1, but it is a priority list for you to review. Give us what you feel you can give us, just to replace. You know, we're needing dump trucks. We are needing a crack sealer. The crack sealer is like about 15 years old, and that crack sealer is.
Water truck?
We did replace the water truck, the one that was in the accident. Yeah. We did replace that, and that helped. But these are like for the tandem dump trucks, the crack sealer, and a backhoe, just brush grabber for the mowing crews. She has a list of how I have it in priority, so you can take a look and review it. and for your consideration to allocate some capital outlay money for us this year if possible.
Mark Tompkins Road and Bridges, do you have any money allocated, or are there any grants that we can pursue for low-lying areas, flood-prone areas?
Do you have anything like that?
Commissioner, that I know of, I mean, I can get with GrantWorks, but not that I know of,
I mean,
Commissioner.
I know a lot of the creeks that we have in the western part of the county especially are low-lying, depending on where you're at. And
Yes, sir.
I have been up to some of those roads when we've had torrential rains, and it's stopped, and you're traveling, and there's this
Low
there's
water
literally
crossings.
a creek, a dry creek that is now a running creek, run
Yes,
through
sir.
the area, and they may be temporary, but after we saw what has happened and what our state is still experiencing in the aftermath, I think it'd be something worth looking at adding if you don't already have that on. You know, I know that the Drainage District, Nueces County District 2 has talked about that or allocated funding, but I don't know if they've ever installed anything.
Okay.
So I would suggest whatever we have for the county to come back and maybe give us an update during Commissioner's Court on any areas that you recommend that are solely Nueces County, and then maybe break down what is state or what is particular city's responsibility, just so we can make that we have a concerted effort on that.
Yes, yes, sir. We can prepare something like that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, the next up was, we had, we're also oversee the road right-of-way, but we haven't foreseen any additions. We haven't heard anything of any upcoming projects from TxDOT, so that's a no change right now for the road right-of-way. And for engineering is, I think the only increase we have is like in professional services. We do have a lot of our subscriptions that our engineers use, the AutoCAD, the Esri, and those renewals sometimes have a 3% increase, and this is just to meet that cost of those renewals. Yep, and that's all we have for engineering. And for our vector control, we're just requesting also, we have the vector control, they have some tablets that they use for spraying and for what sections they're spraying, what's going to come up. Their current tablets that they have will become obsolete because they're no longer going to be carried through Microsoft, so we're going to have to replace those tablets. There's 3 of them, 1 for each vector control truck.
That's not on with IT and their rotation that they do on all of ours. That's not a part of their budget.
No,
Is that a different tablet?
No, ma'am. These are tablets that keep track of the trucks where.
I didn't know if they came through IT's budget.
Yes, ma'am.
As well. I know
Yeah.
all of our tablets and phones and everything else
Yes,
come through
ma'am.
them. Yes, okay.
And just for your consideration to see if we can have funding to replace those tablets. They are very essential. They're working very well. They have all the equipment that they need and materials to do the spraying. Okay. And for our environmental enforcement officers, I'm just requesting funding they need some equipment, some cameras. They also need bulletproof vests. Our 2 new environmental enforcement officers don't have bulletproof vests.
Do you have the 2 positions filled now? I know
Yes,
one
we
time
do.
you only had 1. You have both
Yes,
now?
we have.
Okay. Okay.
We have Officer Timmy and Officer Alanis, and they don't currently have any bulletproof vests. They're going to need new uniforms. They're new hires that came on to do our investigation for our illegal dumping. Did you want to come up and?
Yes.
I think Mr. Timmy wanted to talk a little bit about what they're doing currently for the environmental enforcement.
Good afternoon. What we're asking on the video cameras, our 2 patrol trucks don't have any kind of video cameras in there, and it would help us do our job. We see somebody possibly dumping, we could press the button. Right now I have to use this 10-year-old body camera and I may not get it, and then it just officer safety, and we're full-time peace officer. We have to respond if we're working on environmental and they get a hot call for backup. It just makes our job safer. And with the new body cams, we're requesting it's the same as what the sheriff's department has that they're using. And so we take the body cam out at the end of the day, go to any sheriff's department, drop it in. It goes to the cloud. We'll never have to burn another CD, ever. And that's a very expensive deal. And it goes to court. The DA can pull the CD for court. And then we don't have to have the docking station at our office, which is $3,000 or $4,000.
Then it kind of makes sense what the sheriff said then. He wants to put y'all in there under the law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
It's like, okay.
Oh, okay.
It was a request this morning. Nothing's been
Right.
decided or anything.
But
I'm just, if you're
it's
going
just-
and turning those in to his office for his oversight
Right.
and downloading, then it
Right, and
little bit more
that
sense.
saves. We don't currently have any uniforms. We're deputized through Precinct 3, so Jimmy gives us uniform shirts,
yeah.
and then my old vest
And
is 15
life,
years old.
and everybody should
Thank you.
have standard equipment for all of our law enforcement. Anybody, yes.
And
We've heard a lot about that today, so we're.
Yes, and the environmental enforcement, the reason that they're under Public Works, I know they're not under law enforcement, but they can dedicate their whole time to illegal dumping. They take calls. They're mainly out in the field investigating, going up and down the county roads, especially they already know which are the areas that are most where they can find the illegal dumping. And the tires is always a problem. So they look through the tires, they do their investigation, and once they do that, they make a formal report. And
I think we're all in agreement. What they do should be dedicated to what they do,
Yeah,
wherever they wind up. It's like
And
they should be doing that full time.
Yes,
Yes.
and I think that's why they've always been under Public Works, because that's what they do all day, is just do the illegal dumping investigation. And I know Timmy has been very active and already has cases out there and citations for illegal dumping. Okay, and I think that's all I have and we do have, of course, our personnel. We also are requesting a two-step for all our personnel. I gave Teresa a spreadsheet, and it's just basically for all the road and bridge and engineering and all the buildings. It's what we have current and what we're requesting an increase, and the difference is just a recap of, and we did include only the two steps for all the we did have in prior budget, we did have some positions that were reclassified and did get an increase. So we didn't include those positions to give an opportunity to the positions that haven't gotten an increase in a while. So that we're asking also for your consideration, just to take a look at the two steps. We do have a very active department. They're all hands-on and doing teamwork together.
I assure you, we have heard that from every single department, and it is a big focus of ours this year. So
I know, but
we greatly appreciate everyone working with us the last 2 years. Yes.
Well, and then just to recap, for your review and your consideration.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I think that'll cover for road and bridge, right?
Yes, correct.
Correct. Now we're going to do
buildings.
The building. Nora's not here, so I'm going to do my best, okay, with the building. She did request some overtime for the employees to cut down also on our comp time. She did ask for office supplies to meet their operational needs, and increase in vehicles, maintenance and repairs for maintenance vehicles and some small equipment repairs. I mean, yeah, for small, they have more of equipment that needs to be repaired. She's requesting $10,000 for that line item. And then we have the maintenance repair for the buildings and ground. In there, she did request a 9.7 increase. I did provide Teresa. I did provide Teresa. I know. I did provide Teresa a spreadsheet, and what I tried to do it is to break it down for repairs and services that we try to do every year. Some get done, some don't, but we try to do as much of their services and repairs. And then the other,
some of these, aren't we taking care of with some of the ARPA money? Some of these we're addressing at least starting. It's not going to be enough by all means, but yeah.
Yeah, well, some are, Judge, but some are additional stuff that needs to be done. I know there's some items that were discussed earlier in the Sheriff's Department. Those are in there about the mold, I hate using the word, but the mold remediation.
Yes.
And also the, what was it, the steel that's being deteriorated inside the jail. And that's really cost. We tried doing, well, we did a project about 2 or 3 years ago, and I think like $200,000 was allocated from the Sheriff's Department to replace some of the steel that's being deteriorated. But that cost is real high because number one is when you get a contractor inside the jail and try to do welding and try to cut areas, so it's not a fast process of doing the work. So in other words, instead of being competitive, the prices go up because it's just they can only go in there at a certain time. So it slows down the process.
I remember the ABM workers and stuff.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So that's the reason why some of that cost is in here. I think we included about $1 million.
I don't see anything on here, though, on this whole list on elevators, and they have been such a headache. One's down, or they're robbing parts off the other one to get this side going, and
Yes,
one's
ma'am.
still down, we understand, in the jail right now. And
Yes, ma'am. And that's one of the number, we call it elevator number 8, but I think they're calling it elevator number 1. That elevator, we did get TKE to come in here and evaluate the elevator when it was broken down a few months ago. They determined that it was the seals. That's what TKE had told us. They came in and replaced the seals. They put the hydraulic fluid back in there. The hydraulic fluid came out. Now they're saying that it's the whole piston. So we're going to get a cost for the whole piston, and we're talking about a 70. Well, the piston pretty much goes all the way to the top of the building, so it's going to be a costly deal. So we're waiting on a cost from TKE for that. So that's something that we did try contacting them yesterday and the day before to give us a proposal for this budget, but they have not been able to provide that. So I'm hoping we can get that either by first part of next week.
so do we have any idea what, it's time to start looking as well what the replacement cost would be if you continue to just put money in.
Yes, ma'am. And I agree, Judge.
What
I think
is a new elevator cost? I have no earthly idea.
and again, Judge, I don't want to lie to you on the new elevator cost, but I know it's within the 100,000s. We're talking about probably 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, somewhere in that area. So it's something that we would have to get from TKE also. I know we're going out.
For everybody else to understand as well, the bigger problem and what we have had multiple conversations on and everything is we have so many different elevators here. It's not like you have a universal one. I know at one time I sat down with you and thought that we should order at least a spare part for one elevator.
Ma'am.
So when it broke down, we would have it on the shelf and we could get it. But there's no way to do that because we have, four different kinds?
That's correct, Judge. That's correct.
And that was just what was available when
Yes,
we
ma'am.
did it, I assume, yes.
Yes, ma'am. 7 years ago when I started here, the tower elevators, my first day or second day here, only one elevator was working. So, yeah, and I'm glad that Commissioners Court at that time voted to replace the four brand new elevators inside the tower. So
that was 7 years ago, the four?
No, that was about 4 or 5 years ago, Judge. 5 years ago. Somewhere in that time.
Okay.
The ones in the tower.
And they all match. They're
Yes,
all the
ma'am.
same.
Yes,
Yes, okay,
ma'am.
good.
Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, it's
Not to get
little bit by
off
little
on a
bit.
rabbit hole, I just didn't see those on here, and I know we have already had conversations from other people about the issues, I know we've had issues right here with these in
Yes,
this
ma'am.
building.
These are-
both of them being down. I think we took parts from the other side to get this side going at one point, and it's
Yes, ma'am.
they're lovely.
It's an aging infrastructure, as I saw earlier in the
Yes.
presentation.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I'm sorry, Yolanda, go ahead.
And going back to that, our big budget, I did do a little spreadsheet that also entails some capital project costs. I know we need some roof repairs are direly needed for a portion of the annex building, the CCF and the Right Hope building. We're looking to fix a roof for the Precinct 3 yard in Robstown, and the Bo Weevil building, what we call the Armory building. Those roofs need to be replaced and repaired. So I did in that spreadsheet that I gave Teresa. It'll give you a breakdown of what we're estimating for each roof repair. And the McKenzie Annex is needing a parking lot rehab. And so we're needing a mold remediation for the courthouse and the jail, and also there's the replacement of the rusting walls and bars in the jail, in the old jail. That would be a rust remediation that has also been mentioned, I think, in the sheriff's presentation about that needed to be done also. We've included it already in our capital projects cost.
It's part of the 9 million.
And it's part of that $9 million.
How much did you get last year, and how much do you have left in your
our budget
buildings
last year?
maintenance and repairs for these kind of things?
Right now, Judge, I think we have about
We were budgeted 2.7.
2.7 million.
And I think 1.3 is recurring expenses. Those are preventative maintenance that need to be done every year. That includes the janitorial, the elevator preventative maintenance, and all the filters for the AC. I think I also gave Teresa a list of all the recurrings that we do for the building. It includes all the buildings: courthouse, jail, Polston, the Calderon.
Do y'all have a list of the major repairs that y'all did with your budget? Because I know buildings and maintenance gets a budget for work too. I mean, do you have some sort of idea?
I can provide that. I can provide that to you, Judge. And I understand. Kind of like our main cost, where we spend most of the money, is going to be in the AC, the mechanical, the HVAC. That's where all our costs goes to. It's consistently. I mean, you can put a unit today, and then within 2 to 3 years, you're going to start having issues. So that's where most of our money is spent. That, and then also we do a lot of work orders for the jail. The jails, we're constantly over there replacing things that are being.
We know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So we get about over 6,000 work orders a year.
Okay. Okay.
So there's a page here, the
behind
recurring
there. Yes.
expenses
Okay.
for everything that they build out, or the cost for 1570.
Okay, and then the last two items I have is the proposed recurring expenses. Should we do the IT warehouse, the Evans building, and the proposed recurring expenses for the new animal care facility? Is there any questions on the proposed recurring for the other buildings? I think the Evans building is going to have an elevator that we're going to have to do annual maintenance and repairs also.
Animal control also?
Yes, and there's the
The
animal
animal
care.
care facility, Judge, we also did a maintenance cost.
There's also a maintenance
but
cost.
no elevator over there.
No,
It's
no,
like
ma'am,
when
no,
you're
ma'am.
talking
No
about
elevator.
Yes.
No elevator.
And
That one is
also,
just-
I was like, let's be clear.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that one is just going to be
Yes.
simple, the fire
Yes.
alarms, any HVAC services, plumbing services, lawn services, janitorial services. If we're going to do, include them in our AHI for janitorial services.
And it's our buildings if we have, I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
Part of when you do these things, you have to add these services to them. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And right now, those two are not under Public Works.
Yeah, they're not under public, but if, I know
They're
that
not
there's.
under our budget, Judge. Those two are not under our
Because they're not being utilized yet, because
No,
we haven't
no,
agreed.
no, ma'am. Right now, the records warehouse is under IT.
Oh, but
Yes,
we want to
ma'am.
transfer it to you, or are you asking for that?
Well,
Maintenance
yes, ma'am.
portion?
We had talked to Teresa, and she said we would come up with a budget for it. So we prepared that.
Okay,
The
Teresa.
same thing with the animal care facility. We don't maintain that. It's not under our under Public Works. So we also prepared a budget for that for whoever takes over.
Who's been
building
doing that? I
facility
guess out there where
expenses.
you are, they maintain it, somebody out there?
I cut it, no. Yeah. Well, for the current
That's a
facility, I
separate-
always thought it was,
I thought it was them.
was it y'all that do it? Was
No,
it
sir. I
anybody
think
from
it.
the crew? No?
I think it was under John, or I'm sorry, the animal control.
Animal control, okay.
Yeah.
They do their own?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, they were in the
We never got in there.
precinct 3.
Yes.
They were in the precinct 3 yard, so like the maintenance of the yard and was done by our.
And the
But
microphone, sorry, they can't hear
Oh,
you.
sorry. The animal care is in the precinct 3 yard. So any mowing and upkeep in the area would probably be done by our maintenance people.
So they were a part of y'all's deal then,
But-
yes,
But
okay.
now it's going to be separated, so.
Yeah, they're separated, yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or anything? Anybody? I'm
Any
sorry.
questions? Okay, then that concludes Road and Bridge, Public Works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you. That was our last presentation. We'll be back tomorrow. It is 4:20, and we are done. Thank you all very much.